we doing today? Gotta tell people, join the round table. Loud as shit. Want to hang out with this homie. Across 7 million encounters leaves per minute. Pass was referred to as apprehensions. There's distance between the two troops, but workforce due to Germans what type of job they typically do. Mason, stucco, agriculture, drywall, architecture, agricultural workers, animal breeders, textile, roofers, sewing machines, painters, carpet board, maid and cleaning. Section explains rules for withholding 30% of your. What? You generally. Compensations explains the rules for withholding tax from pay for personal services. You generally must withhold tax at a 30% rate on compensation you pay to a non-resident individual for labor unless that pay is specifically exempt by NRA withholding or subject. Foreign workers who are illegal aliens undocumented are subject to U.S. taxes by its illegal status. Employers and payers who hire illegal immigrants may be subject to various fines, activities, and sanctions imposed by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. If such employers or payers choose to hire illegal immigrants, the payments made to those illegals are subject to the same tax withholding and reporting obligations that apply to other classes of aliens. 30%. What's happening, brother? I'm waiting for people to start showing up.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if I was too early or not.
No, you're good. I just got in. I sent my text out to a couple of homies, waiting for their replies.
I gotta run out to work.
You gotta run out to work?
Yeah, Bobby just called. She's lost $500. She's freaking the fuck out. Like, I'm gonna go up there and see if I can't help her find it.
Well, there you go. Oh, I bet you will, because you're just a little finder.
Oh my god. No, we were dealing with a lot of fucking money today, so.
Yeah, mega bingo and shit.
Like, we started with like $1,500, and then it was down to like, and then when I left, we were at like $7,000. So.
So how's it going with you, bro?
It's all right. It's all right. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm like, I feel very out of practice.
Well, if it means anything, I'm pretty much new to it, so I'm just learning. I was talking to this other dude, he was explaining stuff to me. I'm like, yeah, you probably got a way better plan than me because I don't know shit. Like, I'm just learning as I go, like slowly but surely trying to pick up some traits.
Nice. Well, yeah, if you ever want any advice, like the production side of it, I've gotten better at it. It's the whole like audience thing that's like rough.
For sure.
That's like the hardest thing.
Yeah, like so if I were in here by myself and if I'm streaming by myself, I'll just kind of like read papers and take notes like on just future debate topics or whatever, like what's going on in the world and shit. So like recently for me, I was reading just a bunch on immigration, like how much net negative, how much net positive is taxes and things like that. Like
Yeah.
just things because there's so much nuance. Everyone thinks it's so easy. I'm like, dude, these things are never that cut and dry, easy topics. Like there's always nuance. So that's been my latest rabbit hole today, at least.
What the hell is that? Oh, okay. That's not place. Just gonna get some stuff open.
Yep, you're all good, brother.
I'm gonna say I've been keeping up mildly.
Yeah.
But that's I mean, honestly, I'm not tied to any like topic. I was just like,
no, neither am I. Like I said, I was just looking up. Cause I was setting up a talk with the other dude, and the 3 topics he wants to go over is immigration. Immigration, the pardons and executive orders for the first week, and climate change, or like, like because of the Paris Climate Accord, I think basically.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So yeah, basically I spent about a day or so on each topic, basically just trying to deep dive reading as much as I can. More knowledge is better, I guess, like anything else.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get better at taking notes. So I mean, I've been doing that for like 3-4 months. So, like when I read about something, like I have a section like on education in America. Somebody told me like education's so bad. I'm like, is it really that bad, or is it just like you don't know the numbers and actually like looked at it? Because I never looked at it really, and it was like, yeah, like dropout rate was so much higher back then. So it's like, yeah, we might have had smarter students, but you also had less of the dumb kids going there. Therefore, it's going to inflate the numbers. Now it's like 5% dropout rate, you know. So it's like we're having less dropouts. So I mean, you have a lot less smart kids there, so your numbers aren't as good.
Yeah, I mean it's also like if we're talking national standards, like it highly is dependent on the state and the county that you're coming out of. Because I went to um I went to school in like Fairfax County, which is one of the better funded counties.
Yeah.
So, but if you're coming out of like, if you're coming out of like Alabama, our
Mississippi or
education
something.
systems are, yeah, like it's all about how much like, and if you compare those, if you take the education standards in Virginia and average them out with like Alabama, yeah, you're gonna get a like those. They're going to bring the average numbers down.
Yep.
It's not good. There is like, but yeah, there's like that kind of element to it.
Yeah, it's
as
just like
well.
that's what I mean. That's the thing that I try to preface when I talk to people in general. When people are like, I just hate the whole like like it's so simple and stuff. It's like things aren't so simple. Like even if you're right most of the time, you're not even right for the like right reason. You know, like how you're saying it, or like
Yeah.
giving your answer or whatever is not the best way of even doing it. Like things like that. So that
Yeah.
so I've gotten a lot better recently, and like I said, try to learn like just read papers or read like the actual documents and just get the like if you know the numbers, it's so much easier to explain them to somebody who doesn't know. Like, well, think about it like this. Like, is 2% better than 4% or worse? Like figure it out. Like
Yeah.
so like if I were to talk to someone on like Facebook, that's why I like talking like this, because it seems to be better than like Facebook and shit like that too. Because
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
like on Facebook,
Anything over text is hard to read.
that and like the other thing is
tone.
I can show you a graph, and the graph will like literally point just straight up, and I go, hey, what does this graph say? And they'll automatically just be like, oh, it's not what it says. I'm like, what do you mean that doesn't say what it says? Like things like that. Like, can you show me a different graph or a different like article, or like say something, at least have some kind of like tangible evidence to back up your claim, instead of just saying, no, it doesn't say it's going up. Like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know how you get there, And that seems to happen a lot more, like I said, when you're on with texting people, it seems like, at least in my luck.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Like I've argued with people like in chat going back and forth before when I was streaming a lot more frequently, which I really need to get back to. But yeah, the having to go back and forth with somebody over text, like you can't tell tonality, you can't really like if someone's being cheeky or sarcastic, you're just kind of
Lost.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you're assuming that everything they're saying is like earnest, and if they're just like joking around, you fall down like a huge rabbit hole.
Yeah. Yeah. I just,
And then and people go like, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that," or again, it allows for people who are like engaging in bad faith to also claim that they were just
yeah, that's what
they
always,
didn't mean it like
that's
that.
what I always hate.
'Cause,
That's the thing
yeah.
that pisses me off too. It's just bad. Like I said, like if somebody like says a point where like I just have to bite the bullet, I always tell them like, yeah, that's true. Like I don't know why that's so hard for you guys just to admit. Like even if it's something that I'm like, if I'm pro, let's say like illegal immigration, it's like cool, but I'm obviously I want to get rid of like the criminals and the gangs, and like like there's some of it I can agree with you there, but like you guys are taking it too far, or like things like that. Like I don't mind biting the bullet. Like they all think that I'm gonna be like totally this way. It's like no, I'm not total anything. I look at data, I look at evidence, and try to formulate my own fucking thoughts. I always say I'm mostly
Yeah.
center left. I mean I'm more left, but like there's times where like I don't know, for like me, like the Rittenhouse thing, like he was innocent. Like that was self defense to me, that tended to be
Right. And there's,
that tended to
there's
be a
like
right wing issue.
Yeah, and like to me, there's like to me with the Rittenhouse stuff is it's always I'm trying to think how to like word this properly. there's always a conversation to be had around Rittenhouse of like how much are we isolating factors?
Mhm.
Because if we're gonna say that entire interaction and his like the decision he made, like if we're gonna say that all of that is like self-defense, right?
Mhm.
Then like I feel like that's isolating a lot of factors of like why was he in a different state than he resided in,
Mhm.
like owning a like being in possession of a firearm
Yeah,
he
they're all bad
wasn't
choices for sure.
legally allowed to have. I'm like, okay, so like we're claiming self-defense, but you're also like breaking laws right now to have committed self-defense. So I'm not
Cut and
I understand
dry.
the law is the law and
Yeah,
like all that stuff, but
for
then
sure.
that's like a whole different conversation.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I
There's
agree with
like
you.
there's as you said, there's nuance to it,
Yeah,
and I hate the like, whoa, he's innocent, he got off. And I'm like, well,
yeah. Not like I said.
we all
I'll admit
we
that he
all
made
know
dumb
this.
choices and made like he shouldn't have been there. Like all that. I can all attest to that too. Like it's one of those like yeah.
Yeah.
Just because I'm for saying that he was defense or whatever doesn't mean he's 100% innocent. You know, he's not a fucking saint or whatever like that. It's like no, just he's by the law he was innocent. But in general, yeah, he shouldn't have been there. He should never had a fucking illegal gun and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, I agree.
Yeah. And it's just like when like as a like I own firearms and I grew up in like a
Hunting house or whatever.
like friendly like gun household,
Yeah.
and like the way we were taught was, or I shouldn't say we, it's just me, I'm an only child, but like
Mhm.
the way I was always taught is you need to respect not just firearms but the reaction to the presence of firearms around people, because like being a responsible gun owner is not just about the like proper use and care. It's also about like respecting that firearm as a in the environment that you bring it into.
Mhm.
And that's the part where I go like, okay, if Kyle Rittenhouse isn't respecting that, that's like that's like not a good sign of the people he was around. And I think like more than anything, our society failed him as a young person. Like as a young person, you should not feel like you need to travel into another state with a firearm to help people, because he went over there with like medic shit,
Mhm.
and I'm like, dude, that's like I respect the fuck out of that.
For sure.
But the fact that he was around a culture and he was around like clearly his family members are, and I'm like this might be controversial but I'm fine with saying it, are like irresponsible pieces of shit, especially considering how much they buddied up with a lot of the like weird
Yeah.
like
Especially after.
fascist nationalists
Yeah.
after the fact,
Yeah.
because they knew where their butter was getting bread, where their bread was getting buttered.
Mhm.
Like that tells me that they weren't responsible in teaching him off the bat. So I put a lot of that on them, but that at the end of the day, like unfortunately, he's kind of gone now. Like
For sure.
he knows that there's an audience for his defense,
Mhm.
and there is no like I think getting that kid who wanted to bring medical supplies back. I think we're unfortunately stuck with the kid who is like forever going to be like lauded for killing some people. And I don't think that was his like intent when he
No.
went there, is to engage in violence. But it's like,
It happened though.
if that's your only option,
Yeah.
if society is, there's only people around you, then
For sure.
that's what
I
you're
mean,
gonna
yeah, it's pretty bad when like we as a whole have to make like a 17-year-old kid think that he needs to be the one to protect the city with a fucking AR or not AR. Yeah, it was AR. Either way, like that's not right as us as a human society. Like that's a bad world to live in if we start having 15, 16, 17-year-olds rolling with fucking guns having to protect cities, or at least that's what they think. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a good world to
Yeah,
be in
like
either.
yeah, like that's not normal. That's not like teenagers in other countries do not have that kind of like I think nihilism for society. I
No.
just don't think that's like I think that's a pretty American, unfortunately an American
Yeah, well, because we're all about
trait, I suppose.
individual rights and militias. It's all like it. It is kind of caked into our fucking history in general. So I mean, I kind of understand because it's our natural bring up. But I don't know. There's more people. Like I said, the big thing honestly is just mental health. We don't try to help any of these kids or any people in general with like they're actual like demons they got to fight. So like, like I feel like that like there's so many more school shootings and shit. Like I said, what was it like? After like 15 days, there was like 11 school shootings in America. It's like why is this happening? Like way more than ever before. It used to be rare in the 90s, super rare in the 80s, but like since like 2003, 5 or something, dude, like it's something. Like we got to figure this out as a society. Like I'm saying, I mean, I've been advocating recently for like basically some healthcare, like universal healthcare or some sort. Like we need to get some mental health for
Yeah.
people. Like we need to let people talk to some shrinks and shit. Like don't worry about it costing $1,000 an hour or whatever the fuck it ends up costing. Like go talk to someone. Like because if you allow that, I feel like we might have a lot less chance of having to deal with fucking crazy kids and shit. Especially with parents and shit that have to work all the time and stuff. They're alone all the time. Alone, and they have these thoughts sometimes, and just someone to talk to. It's important for people.
Yeah, I mean, parenting, especially now, like with how atomized everybody is I'm sure a lot harder than it used to be.
Yeah, I think
There we
so.
go.
I mean, as a kid, like I said,
I texted one of my buddies your channel, so he might be showing up in your Twitch chat
that's dope.
at some point because we talk politics after work. So
Fuck yeah. But yeah, like I said, that's been another big talking point for me for the last like couple of months is trying to figure out how we get universal health care in America because it has to be like healthcare. I feel like should be a human right. Like we should all have the right to try to live, right? Like like it's simple, right? To me, I guess.
yeah, I mean, you can't have a country who's in their in like their founding document is like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and like we don't guarantee life for people.
That's yeah. I mean, that's always. So then, so I went diving down like tax rates and shit. So like in America right now, if you pay 600 or if you make $670,000 a year, you pay 37% income tax. Okay, a person making
Yeah.
$50 million pays that same 37%.
Yep.
Like, why don't we?
Yeah.
Why can't we agree? Like, as again, society in whole, like, why haven't we figured out? Like, maybe we should tax these people like 45%. I think it was like we have 2,400 billionaires and like 24 million millionaires in America. Like, if you can get like 5% of their money, just a little extra, like that almost pays for universal health care in itself. Pretty close, not all the
Yeah.
way.
Do you know what the top marginal tax rate was in the 50s?
Wasn't it like 90 or 80% or something like that?
91%.
91. Yep. Yeah. So I
It
was
was the largest gross of like the middle class
Yep.
during that time.
Yeah, I was explaining to somebody. So the whiskey rebellion and Shays rebellion way back in the day, when the country was forming, Washington needed to put down a fucking rebellion, and obviously they didn't have enough soldiers and shit. And they had no money, so it was actually the rich people that actually paid for a mini army to fucking go deal with it, because even they understood like, hey, like we can't allow crazy people with guns doing shit, so we need to fucking pay for a military / whatever to squash this shit. Like even they understood back then, like we have the money, we got the means to do. We got to do something about it. You just can't let chaos happen in your country and expect to make money. That was their idea. Like, I feel like we should do the same thing, similar things now.
Yeah, I mean the the conversation around like taxes is always I think I think a lot of people get wrapped up in the like the feeling of like my money gets taken out of my paycheck every week from the government and I have no choice in it, instead of at least how I've always viewed it, which is your buy-in into society. Like anybody, like I understand that it's the idea of like, oh well, I don't get to choose. It's like, right, you get to choose this by living here. If you would like to go pay like less taxes, you can go to another country and you can move, you can go elsewhere where they have you pay less taxes. There are countries where like your roads aren't taken care of,
Yep.
where whatever else,
Yep.
you can go there if that's such an issue for you.
Yep.
But if you live in the United States, you pay your taxes, that's your buy into the society.
Mhm.
And we all benefit from the mass pulling of all of our taxes. Now, do rich people benefit? Well, they've benefited by using the roads, by using
Mhm.
all of the civil infrastructure that we all pull together.
Yep.
So this idea that like it's only like poor people always having to pay taxes. I don't want to have to pay taxes. It's when rich people skip their taxes. Good for them. It's all kind of that sort of stuff. I'm just like,
Yeah, silly.
it's your roads that you gotta fucking drive on, bud, and you're the one who's gonna have to pay for all the fixes on your car
Yep.
when your shit hits a million potholes.
So I have
Like,
I have a buddy at the bar that I work at. He always tells me because he has no kids. He's like, "Why the fuck am I paying taxes for kids to go to school? You know, I don't even fucking have any kids. You know, kind of shit." And I try to explain to him like, "Bro, not to be mean, but like we live in a society, right? Like, you know what happens if we have education for kids? That kid could grow up and be the one that solves a issue that you have later in life. Like you're about to die of this disease. The kid that you pay to go to school is the one that fucking figured out the cure. You know, like there is a fucking long term effect. Smarter kids lead to smarter people, which means you have more innovation, better, technology, better like instead of just thinking about me in the
and for
now.
everybody increase.
Yeah, I'm just saying instead of thinking about me now, you should think about the we later. You know, like that's a lot kind of like idea.
Yeah, if he ever like says that again, you should ask him if he ever wants to retire, and if his answer is yes, be like, then you're gonna need somebody with a mild education to replace you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, so like again, going back to like the immigration shit, like people don't realize like I think it was 4.1 million people retire a year now because the boomers are retiring, and we only have like
Yeah.
1.6 kids per mom. It's like so like I can't remember what the number was. It's less basically. So we're about to literally have a spot where we're having more people die than
Yeah.
people being born. What do you think happens to the workforce, people? Like you need at least some illegal immigrants. Like you need some immigrants basically to fucking do it. It doesn't have to be legal or whatever. I don't care. But you need them to do the jobs because there's about to be a shortage of jobs. We're already at like 4% in unemployment. So there's not many, they all think there's so many jobs and so many people to take them. But there's not that many people taking them. They're all retiring. Like they're old now, like people don't use their brains sometimes and it just hurts me sometimes. Like I said, they all think about like the now instead of the future. They're all instant gratification versus think about the outcomes. It's a long term effect here, guys.
I'm just looking at the unemployment trends. God, it's crazy to watch this huge spike.
Yep.
It goes from like 4% ish in 2019, 3.7, just a little bit below 3.6 actually,
Yep.
and then a huge spike to
20.
14%. Yeah,
Okay.
14%, and then tapers off over the next couple of months into 2023.
Mm-hmm.
God, COVID was a wild time.
It was crazy, and that I mean again. So like,
Yeah,
I don't blame. So like again, it comes down to this. I don't blame Trump for the fucking unemployment numbers, but I don't blame Biden for the inflation numbers. Like I hate when people pick and choose. Like, no, you don't blame either of them, or you blame both, which is fine. I guess you want to do that, but nobody wants to blame their own side. So it's always just picking sides on it.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, the issue was COVID happened. Trump, like you said, it was like 3.6%. It wouldn't have been 20% unless COVID happened, and inflation wouldn't have gone up 68% or whatever it is in 1 year if COVID didn't happen for Biden. Like it goes both ways, people, and it's a long term effect, man.
yeah. It's I mean, a lot of it is, and like as we kind of get into it a little bit more, I'm fully open with calling myself a partisan. I'm not somebody who likes to draw, like, I find a lot of false equivalency between Republicans and Democrats to be usually, I think, just a wasteful exercise. While I have issues with both parties, there's just, to me, a pretty like even dividing line of outcomes between Democratic and Republican administrations.
Yep.
And overall, like, you look at the Biden administration, and like the problem Democrats make consistently is they don't go far enough on any policy, on any of their positive policies,
Mm-hmm.
and they are consistently, I think, incapable of meeting the moment of where their party is. The alternative is what happens with Republicans, where they are wholly controlled by not just their donors, but also
By a
by an incredibly vocal
megalomaniacs.
crowd, like evangelical base.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Like,
saying
they're completely captured.
it was
by
Reagan
the
before, and now it's Trump
evangelical-
now. Like they always follow a megalomaniac.
Yeah.
They find the cult leader and they fucking get rally around them. That's when they win. Like
yeah, and
honestly,
it's conservative politics. Yeah, it's conservative politics.
Yep.
They will, at the end of the day, bend. That is
Mhm.
like bowing to the authority figure is integral to their politics, and
Yeah.
that's where I'm like, there is no amount of, I talk with other people, and they're like, well, but don't Democrats, don't they do like this or that? And I'm like, I'm not worried about them.
Yep.
Like a
Even if they
Democrat and
do,
a
I
Republican
I could bite the
have
bullet.
the
Like,
same
yeah, they do that, but
kind
guess
of
what? They're not the same. Like the level of fucking
yeah.
around and doing dumb shit is not the same. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't mind. In good faith, I don't mind if someone says something like like that. Like wasn't Biden's pardons pretty bad? I'm like, some were kind of fucked up. Maybe whatever. But how about this Ross Ulbricht, the guy that fucking did this and the January? Like you can really compare that like these people to some of the worst people in the world? Like are we really making this comparison? Like that, like to me, like that's the outrageous thing, like I could bite a little bullet, but I'm trying to make you bite the big bullet, be like, dude, like I said, I've been trying to get people like, they argue about that Ross Ulbricht thing. It's like, no, you tell me you support pardoning a fucking pay for murder, fucking the biggest drug dealer for 2 years and all this shit, dude. It's like, you can't do that. He's a Silk Road guy, if you didn't know.
Okay, I was gonna say I was like looking him up, but I don't know.
I knew about his name a long time ago when it happened, and then I forgot about it. But he's supposed to serve life plus 40 years in jail. He started a dark web website where you'll sell in everything, mainly drugs. You get them shipped. You get them shipped right to your house. And in 2 years, he made $185 million by making a little cut of every deal. And then he, like I said,
that's how it works for everybody else. That's how the system works.
Yep. And then he was going to offer $730,000 to have 4 or 5 people hit because they're about to narc him out to the feds about his website because they're like they must have gotten in a fight. So that happened, and like I said, there 6, 7 kids died on these drugs. They don't link directly to him and his website. So I mean, like all these horrible things, and you're going to tell me you back the blue and that you're for law and order when your guy pardons this piece of shit? Like, come on now, like. You got to bite. That's a big bullet to bite, man. You got to do that. Like when you say that like just admit that this is a bad. Like that's what I'm saying. So people are so partisan, even on the rights. Like I've had a few friends condone it. I'm like, do you know what, dude? Thank you. I appreciate your fucking honesty. Even you know that this is fucking ridiculous. What the fuck just happened? That's all I'm asking for. Just take some ownership of what you're. Like I said, you're asking me to bite bullets on my side. Cool, I can do that. Like I can freely say like these people were too far or whatever the fuck. That's cool. Like overall, they're not like the overall group is not bad. It's just some people are fucking stupid. I just want you to condone and call out your stupidity when it happens too. Just be equal instead of being partisan about it like that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is also just like, what's it called? Like you just gotta kind of be honest and hit like, I'm not gonna be mad at you if you give me the Dave Chappelle of I don't think he did it, and
Yep.
even if he did,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's
like it's like okay, just say that, just say that.
Yep.
But like, don't hide this. Don't hide behind all the platitudes of Blue Lives Matter and everything else. It's
Well, that's what I'm saying. You lose your right to say that you care about the cops.
That's
That's what I try to stress. I'm like, dude, you can't say you're pro cop or pro law and order if your cop or if Trump pardons all the Jan 6ers, all of them. Like I said, I can get maybe pardoning half of them because they're not the violent whatever. But like, there's like 400 or 500 people that hit cops and done shit like that. Like, all of them need to go to jail, and all the people that are part of the Proud Boys are like, there's probably like 700 people that need to be in jail. The other 700, you can pardon them. I don't care because they just walked around, did dumb shit.
Yeah.
Cool, but like. I'm just saying you're gonna put that on the same boat as Hunter Biden or Liz Cheney or whoever else he pardoned at the end. Oh, this fucking bullshit. It's like, dude, they're not even close to the same game, dude. One's playing baseball, one's playing fucking football, dude. Like it's not even close.
Yeah, and it's also all about like again, that's a context thing because it's like, all right, what is pardoning Hunter Biden going to do for like what are we communicating or what is the like long-term outcome of pardoning Hunter Biden? Absolutely nothing.
Right.
There is no long-term like macroeconomic or social outcome of any of this.
Yeah.
Pardoning Jan 6ers, hundreds of thousands of them, or hundreds or thousands of them. I don't know how many.
It was 1,500, I think. But either way,
1,500. Like pardoning all of those guys who run organizations.
Yeah.
And are part of like, come on, like. we know what the results of that is going to be, and that's going to be like they are going to continue to
Violently do
try
shit.
to affect society. Hunter Biden's going to fuck off and do more drugs, or I don't know, maybe he's sober now. But like
Who
that's
cares?
it. Liz Cheney's going to fuck off.
Yeah, I'm saying who cares? Like I'm saying, like
Until
the
that
idea
nigga
that they're going to be the
gets
ones to overthrow the government or fucking doing anything is ridiculous. I just read the other day. I think it was a governor of Tennessee or one of these states is trying to fucking change the constitution or amend the constitution to let Trump run for a third term, and it's like, dude, we try to warn you guys all this shit was gonna happen. You guys fucking thought we were lying or being just dummies or whatever the fuck it is. Like, no, we were just trying to warn you. Like, this is what this happens, dude. Like, this is what these people are, dude. You don't understand.
Yeah.
The Project
And they
2025
said
and all this
they,
shit was.
they said the whole like
You're good.
they said the whole third term thing. They were like fucking losing their minds over it back in
Yeah.
the 2000s
I know.
during Obama's administration. So it's like, what are we like? What are we doing here? Democrats never went that direction. Like,
Nope.
I don't know. Like, they make up like
Yes.
Democratic boogeymen to freak out about
Yep.
to justify them doing the things that
They're
they, at the
doing.
end of the day, their movement wants to do.
True.
Like, they will make up whatever it is they need to make up.
My favorite thing
if
was
it's, you know,
my favorite thing was Trump kept saying, like, you remember how bad 2020 was? You remember how bad 2020 was? And I'm like, you know that you were president the whole time in 2020.
yeah.
Like, it's 2021 you wanted to be talking shit about, not 2020. So every time people talk shit about 2020, I just laugh in their face. I'm like, you guys fucking are so stupid. You guys have no idea about anything with timelines. Time works one way. And the way he says that Trump was president literally the whole 2020. So you talking shit about 2020 was the worst year, and these, all these fucking censorship and all this and all this, all that happened under Trump. It wasn't even fucking Biden. Like, it's so silly to me.
Brother, brother, I don't think you're making the argument you think you're making.
Me?
My coworker comes up to me the other day and he's telling me about all the troops that Trump is like sending to the border or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm not verifying any of this because
I got
we're
you.
like, I work in a kitchen and I'm just like,
Yeah,
I'm kind of busy right now. But
Yep.
but like he tells me that and like, and I told him every time you tell me this, I'm gonna ask you the same question. I'm gonna be like, how is this benefiting me or you for that matter?
Yeah.
And where the fuck are my $2 eggs? And he's like, look, man, it's only been a week. And I'm like, it's only been a week. And I want you to think about this. What does that tell you about the priorities? Your eggs are not cheaper. Do you feel like you're the priority yet? You let me know when you're the priority.
Right.
And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
No, I know it's not.
It's never going to happen.
I tell people at the bar I work
And
at all the time, same shit. They're like, the other day, they're like, I can't wait to see. Oh, I'm like, you guys know that there's thing called cumulative inflation. Like, inflation doesn't go down. Like the old person at the bar. I'm like, he's 87. Do you think he's ever seen fucking 25-cent eggs ever again? Do you think he ever saw 50-cent eggs ever? Like all these things, like prices only go up. They never ever do. I hope at most you hope they plateau for like a year, and and your wages go up. That's about the most you can hope for. But inflation never goes. Actually, the last time it went down, again, to prove my point always, it was fucking Obama for 1 year. He had like negative 0.45% inflation for a whole year after the 08 recovery. So I mean, like that was the last time we had it. Like it just doesn't happen. It's always positive because it's gonna be, and that's fine. But to claim that you're gonna make the prices go down, with tariffs and all the bullshit, you're never getting there. But just even normal economy, you would never lower the prices. Plus all the dumb shit he's about to add to it.
Yeah. Consistent inflation isn't a bad thing. It's a sign of economic growth.
True.
So like the idea that if you're sitting at an inflation rate of like 3 or 4%, that means your economy is growing to that scale. The problem we have in the United States is mainly a wealth disparity issue.
True.
Where while our economy keeps growing, more and more of those gains end up getting extracted from the bottom and lifted to the top. So like the economy's growing, but a lower and lower percentage of people are seeing that growth and are lagging behind it. And like, that's like a problem in and of itself. But Trump is not going to solve that.
No,
They're
not
not interested.
Not even close.
They're not interested.
He's the opposite. He wants to make big business more money. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, like they're not in favor of labor unions. They're
Not at
not.
all.
Their NLRB is not going to be
No.
friendly towards unions. I mean,
Musk is literally anti-union. He said it. He's like, I fucking hate unions. I'm like, I bet you do. Of course you do.
I fucking bet he does.
I know, right?
Because he has to pay people, because he's forced to pay people
Yeah.
more.
See, I always try to throw this out there to people. I mean, I don't know how you do it like by law, but like I feel like the major 15, 20 companies, like Amazon's, Walmart's, all that shit, they should like have to give like 10% of revenue back to like profit sharing, basically. Like give 10% of the company, everyone a bonus of like $5,000 in the year. Like we made this much money, everyone gets a little piece of the pie. You know, like I feel like even something like that would let people and workers and shit think that they matter or cared about. You know what I'm saying? And to them, it's not much.
I
It's
mean,
nothing.
for a long time. I want to say it might have been Eisenhower. I could be absolutely wrong on attributing this,
Hmm.
but I'm just going to say it's Eisenhower and we're going to live with it. Under the Eisenhower administration, there was the general belief that you wanted to keep corporate taxes, and you specifically wanted to keep like individual taxes, the tax rates very high on the margins, because at the end of the day, like you want business owners to continue to have to funnel money into their companies instead of taking higher packages. If you're like a CEO and your taxes are so high that for every that for you know for you
Yeah.
to make $2, you have to your company needs to produce $4. You're going to hire more people, which means you're going to end up like more people are going to get jobs.
Yep.
It's going to drive up wages. It's going to drive up production, everything else. And the idea was always like, as long as you are taxing the wealthiest among us enough, they will keep having to funnel it, because if not, they're going to sit on it.
Hmm.
You don't tax them enough, they're going to sit on it, and they're not going to have to invest, because there's only so much investment you need to do until you're making so much money,
Yep.
until you're like maximizing your payout, that like after a point it's like, I don't really care how the company does. I'm making, like, we can run it at this level
Yep.
and I'll make so much money, it doesn't matter. So you need to constantly chase them with tax rates.
Yep.
But again, since that's pared down a lot over the last 40, 50, 60 years, we've seen a like massive consolidation of wealth in this country.
For sure. That started in the 80s. So I was looking at Reaganomics. I was taking a dive into his shit too. Fun thing about Reagan that I found out from reading about him recently. Do you know that Reagan was the last president to give mass amnesty to illegal immigrants in America in
Yeah, I
1986?
believe it's for Cubans, right?
No, it's just
I think I
any of
could be
them. It was
wrong.
basically any undocumented, as long as they weren't criminals and shit. He's like, if you're fucking here to work and blah blah blah, we need you. Like, and I thought that's my new fucking go to with people with immigration and shit, because people are like, that you guys all worship Reagan, right? And he was the guy that gave mass amnesty to these people.
Yeah, no, Reagan would be a
Bush.
Reagan would like around these days, Reagan would probably fit nicely into the Democratic Party, quite frankly. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
to my dismay, like he would fit nicely into either the like Never Trump gang, or he would
Yep.
fit nicely into
He'd be like a
the
Mitt
neolibs.
Romney, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. So then, yeah, my other topic I had to go over with dude is fucking climate change, because I'm assuming this guy told me he's like a right wing conspiracy guy. I'm like, oh, so you don't believe in it? So I have to look up
Oh
all
yeah,
these
yeah,
facts.
yeah.
It's one of those fun, like, oh, okay. Well, it's better than typing it all up, but like, let's just chat about it.
That sounds. I was about to say, how many people do we have coming in at some point? I was kind of curious. I saw a round table. I was like, ooh, this will be
Well, yeah, normally
interesting.
my 2-3 buddies are on, but I don't know. I can try Facebook at one of them. I tagged them in this shit on a thing, but hold on, where's Brandon? I mean, for all I know, it's a weekend. For all I know, they could have been drunk or whatever. I don't know.
What am I looking?
Brandon. What do we got here?
I haven't read my notifications for like anything, for like Twitch or anything in a while. Holy smokes! Gotta get to these at some point. Okay, it's mostly nonsense. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. So, how long have you been doing this for?
about 2 months. I mean, I started I started like in probably like June, July. I started doing like some just practice streams, like learning how to work OBS and doing all this shit, you know. And then
Nice.
so probably more like I've been doing probably for like three days a week, 4 days a week, maybe now for like a month and a half.
Oh my
So
god, nice, nice, nice. I was on like a roll for a little bit, and then work got really busy, like real life work, and I was like, well,
hmm
not gotta take a break now.
I mean, I definitely get. There's days where I told people like we should talk about blah, blah, blah. Then I'll get home like, dude, I just worked like a bunch of hours. I was busy as fuck today. Like I'm just tired, like just drained. You know, some of those days just happen. Like I said, you work in the restaurant. Like I said, I work in a bar. So it's when you get those big fucking heavy rush for like 2 3 hours, like you don't know how much I just moved in 2 3 hours.
Yeah, the bars and restaurants bust your ass. It's all day just busting ass.
Yep.
I come home and I'm just like, nope, I don't have any of the energy to sit and argue with people on the internet.
You know, no, like I said, there's days definitely like that. There's days I try to just grind because I have a buddy that does like Twitter X, whatever. He's big into that. He does like astrology and stars and all that kind of shit. But he's finally starting to make money. He's got like 22,000 followers and shit. He's always like, dude, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. And he's like, just try not to take too many days off, or else your algorithm shit goes down in this. And he starts playing. I'm like, you're fucking right, dude. Like if you're gonna do at least, even if they're short, shitty fucking streams, at least put the thing out there so it gets the algorithm. It's all about it, you know.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's stupid in a way,
Yeah.
but it is what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Uh, I don't know if it's not even that late. It's 10 o'clock. Hold on. Oh, he just texted me. He's like, I'm doing a boss quick. I'm like, all right, I get that. Let's see here. I mean, yeah. So like if I were to guess, the biggest ever fucking roundtable chat we've ever had was probably like 8 to 12 people, give or take.
Golly. That's a lot to organize.
It
I
was,
think at most I've brought like one person on. Yeah, I usually just do one-on-ones, but
yeah, it's
God, that's a
definitely
lot of
easier.
that's a lot of people.
I mean, after a while, I finally learned how to fucking mute people and shit. Like, because it would be fucked up. Because like these two would have a conversation, these two, would have, like everyone just shut the fuck up. I can't hear. Like, like it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
fun, but it was just sometimes I just had to be like, hey man, I'm not trying to be mean. Just shut up for a minute. Let this person talk for just 5 seconds. Like let them.
Was it like a free for all? Was it like a 6v6 sort
No,
of
no, it was a
deal?
free for all. Like, so usually we just chat. It's like 3, 4 of us, and I kind of always put like some things on Facebook and shit. Like, hey man, like sometimes I'm more confrontational. Like I said, recently I've been having more people call in because I'll be like, or whatever, join Discord. Because I'm like, dude, I know that half of my half the people on my Facebook and shit support this bullshit. Tell me why? Because I don't believe. I think this is I've had more people engage with it more recently, but like,
Do
yeah,
you watch do you watch any modern day debate? I
yeah.
don't, but I know like I
I
keep an eye
watch
on
some
them.
once in a while, but yeah. Like I don't watch them live, but like sometimes like it'd be like, oh, this versus this. I'm like, hell yeah. I mean, I just like watching debates because it's just that's kind of what
Yeah.
got me down fucking just learning shit in general. It's like, you know what? If these are supposed to be the best of their two things, like this guy won or whatever, had better ideas, or, then slowly listen to that person debate other people for a bit, find out they're not reliable or reliable, whatever, just you get your people that you trust, don't trust, or And the thing is, not on even the people I like, I don't like them necessarily on every single topic. Like I still have disagreements on certain issues. Like, no, you're going a little too far, or you didn't go far enough, or whatever. Because just like anything else, we're not supposed to 100% agree, and that's fine.
Yeah, James works hard. I give him credit for I think I saw a thumbnail for one of the more recent ones, and it
Mm-hmm.
was like I think it was actually like a does God exist sort of
Mm-hmm.
gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't the actual topic. It might have been I think it was more specific than that, but that was basically what the topic was, and I was like, oh god, that is a arena I never want to enter into. That just sounds like a frustrating conversation. So ethereal, all of that. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Okay.
See, because like I'm so new to this shit, like I said, so I'm trying to set up this other like the debate with this one dude and with this other channel. So like for me, this would be huge. Like the one dude's got like 1,000 followers, the other dude's got like 800. So I'm like, I got like
Oh my
eight.
god.
I got like 810. I don't know how and why they agree to it, but because I sent like they said the same message I sent to you, I just started sending messages to people. I'm like, oh, this person said they want to talk politics one day. All right, let me see if they still want to do it. Let me see because that's kind of
Yeah, I was like shocked. I was like, when did I post this? Like 2 years ago. How did
Yep.
somebody find that?
because when you look through politics shit, there ain't much. It's like
Nah,
like,
yeah.
so I was just like, oh, well, like I said, it was just one of those fucking throw a fucking seed out, you know? And then fucking, yeah. So then this one dude answered, he's like, maybe, he was telling me, he's like, I'm more of a libertarian, right wing conspiracy kind of guy. I'm like, well, I'm like center left. I bet we make good content, like, he's like, I bet we would. So then he got the bigger dude to like talk into hosting, whatever. He talked him into hosting, I guess. So that's why
Nice.
like I said, recently I've been doing a lot of research into my 3 topics, like I said. So because I'm trying to put on a good show, hopefully be just my main good thing for me. I always think is I have good metaphors and hypotheticals. I come up with them on the fly. If someone will say something like, "All right, let me think about it like this," and I can kind of break it down. Because I always say, like, 'cause I have kids and shit, so I always have to break the shit down to fucking stupid level to make sure that they understand, So, like, if I just do this with
Yeah.
adults, like, dude, like, my 5-year-old understands what the fuck I'm saying. Like, how the fuck do you not know what the fuck I'm saying? Like, don't lie. Like, now you're just lying. You're being ignorant on purpose. Like, And I just like I said, I like to show that. And I'm good at contradictions. What up, Brandon? It's about goddamn
What
time.
I know, dude. That game's pretty fun though.
What game you playing?
Shit. Hyperlight Breaker. It's like early access, but it's
Oh, yeah?
been fun so far.
Dope, dope.
Sort of like a roguelike that's like I don't know how to describe it.
Mm.
But it's fun. It's sort of like Risk of Rain, but you
Okay.
get weapons.
Fun. Sounds fun.
Hell yeah.
Mhm.
So, Brandon, if you could change one thing in America, what would you change?
Maybe make the media less retarded. I don't know.
That is a good question. That's kind of my go-to in a way. Like I said, on it, on a political thing, it's about healthcare. Like I feel like I said, I'm trying to talk people into start understanding like healthcare should be a human right. Like we got to come to agreement that nobody wants to be sick, right? No matter what, like you can be rich, poor, whatever, right? Everybody wants to have good health, right? Should be right,
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say like in general though, like disinformation, misinformation. That's like the half truths and shit. I can't. I was telling him I hate that shit.
I really want to know, like, objectively, how much raising or like distribution of wealth, essentially, by like I don't know, raising wages or whatever, actually affects our growth. Because I mean, if you like, obviously that money gets spent somewhere else,
Yeah.
and that feeds those industries. So it's like, isn't it kind of just a fucking,
Well,
I
yeah.
don't know how to describe it.
How about this? Like, let's say Elon Musk lost $20 billion. It went to every American. We all got like $10,000. Well, people most likely would probably spend the $10,000 like, either on bills or just buying shit, which therefore would boost the economy and all that kind of shit in general. Like it would still work out. It's just like we were talking about earlier. Like you'd have less hoarding at the top. Like that's the thing. We got to stop that because when people have so much, like you said, all you can do, you can only invest so much in so many companies and shit. At this point, you just don't give a fuck. You're like, all right, well, I'm already making. Like I looked at Berkshire Hathaway. What's his name? Warren Buffett. He makes like $5 to $10 billion almost every quarter just off his dividends because he's got so many stocks and so many big companies and shit. You just, just sitting around getting fuck you money all every 3 months. He should
Yeah.
he should be getting taxed the fuck out of him. Like he should probably be paying, like I said, like 48-50% at least minimum. On his taxes. And like I said,
It's
stuff
so
like
weird.
stuff like that could help the healthcare.
The actual thing you're thinking at, it's there's a term for it. It's called I believe it's the velocity of money, which is the theory that when you give a poor person, if you give a poor person $10,000, it's going to circulate into the economy 10 times, 20 times, 30 times faster than it will
Ooh.
for if you give money to somebody who say they're rich. Mainly because they don't have to spend that money. They can throw it in the bank. It can sit there, collect interest and do nothing. Whereas poor folks, or especially like if we're getting away from poor people, the working class in general, they need to spend that money. You got bills to pay, you have cars to fix, you have kids to feed, you have everything
Really?
else.
What was the name of that
you have
concept
to
again?
Continually spend that money.
I gotta fucking write it down. What was
I
the name
believe
of
it's
that concept
let
again?
me velocity of money. I believe it was. Where is it?
That's
Movement
okay.
of money in the economy. In other words, the number of times the average dollar changes hands over a single year. Yeah.
Okay.
And the higher up the bracket you go, the less money circulates.
That makes absolute sense, though.
Well, yeah, I was listening to this guy talk about it. So, like, let's say, let's say you have like $50,000 cash, right, sitting in the bank. Okay, it's much more advantageous for the economy as a whole, for you probably personally and everybody in general, that you diversify that money, put it in stocks, invest it in something, because that money just sits in your bank. A, you're making no money in interest. B, the economy sucks. So now the economy's losing that $50,000 that can be spread out to whoever to make more goods and services or whatever. And it kind of made sense to me. I never thought about it like that, but yeah, like sitting dead money is literally the worst thing you could ever have for economy. So like getting back to his point,
Yeah,
like in the sense,
agree.
like once you have so much money and you have so much, like I said, for like Warren Buffett and these rich people, like you have so many so much dividends worth amount of money coming in every 3 months. Well, yeah, I can sit on $100 million in a bank account because it doesn't fucking matter. I already have millions, if not billions, coming in every 3 months. Who gives a fuck? And that dead money is not helping me or you or anybody else in the world because now he's not going to be creating jobs with that. Nothing, no infrastructure, no everything. Just it's literally just dead money. It's not good.
Well, like spirals back up too. That's kind of but it spirals out as well to like industries that are needed for
Correct.
the working class. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not going into fucking yacht businesses or any of that bullshit.
No, yeah. The thing, like I said, for me, I'm trying to. My main thing, like I said, I'm really trying to push is just the healthcare. Like if we can get the rich people to pay enough money where we can have free healthcare. Like for me, in my lifetime, that could be the biggest win in our lifetime. Like for an American citizen.
We are looking at a lot of shit happening here soon, though. So
I know. Well, like I said, this is not happening now. I get that. It's not happening for 4 years.
We're like, I feel like we just can't even predict how society is going to change at this point because there's just so much
what's going to
going
happen
on
for it.
now.
Like I said, my goal is to try to talk enough people and try to get at least influential enough where I can get people to not vote for JD Vance and dumb shit in 2028.
Wait, think about it. When we fucking like invest in healthcare, we make sure everybody's taken care of. That increases our GDP by getting more people back into work, making people more healthy mentally and physically. Like that's it's the gift that keeps on giving, really.
Mm-hmm.
But we just need to make it cheaper.
I think you would if like I said, if you made it almost free. Like I said, if you raised the billionaire tax rate from 37% to just like I said, even 49.50. I can't remember what did Patrick read off? It was like if 10 billionaires gave 10%, it would be like $50 billion. That's just 10 of them. Now think about all the other billionaire people that have all these money. Like if you just got like 5-7% of that money, dude, I guarantee we can almost pay for healthcare just there.
Oh, dude.
And then you add in what we already put into healthcare instead of paying for Medicaid. Now you go to the whole system in general. That's about another $1.2 trillion. Like we could probably do it. We gotta somehow legislate or get enough people to decide that these people need to pay fucking higher than 37%, and that's even if they pay that. Just that's their personal income, or whatever you want to call it, tax rate.
Well, that's why you see Bernie Sanders talk a lot about taxing Wall Street speculation along with what is it? Capital gains.
Yeah, capital gains should go probably
A lot of the people live off of capital gains and credit.
Yep.
So that they don't technically ever have that money liquid, so you can't tax it, even though at the end of the day that's what you're living off of.
Yep.
The dividends and everything else is all, all that's basically play money.
For sure, I'm saying dividends is what they live off of. I'm saying they could have $100 million sitting in Apple. Let's say, like if I had $100 million in Apple right now, I could just let it sit there for literally ever, and just collect the dividends and make a fuck ton of money for the rest of my life. And that $100 million will eventually grow because it's Amazon, or not Amazon, but Apple in this situation. Like it's gonna make money. Plus, I'm always making a fuck ton of money every 3 months in dividends. Like it's just a win-win for them. What up, Mitch?
Just got off and got all settled in and shit.
You just got off work?
Yeah.
Cool.
What are you guys up to?
We've been talking about a lot of politics shit, healthcare, bunch of shit. I'm gonna ask you what I asked Brandon. If you could change America right now, what would you change? If you had a magic wand.
Healthcare and also get money out of politics.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. That'd be good. I'd be down with that. Like I said, I'm more. I don't know if you're gonna get money out of politics. Like I said, I'm more of the. I want them to be fucking NASCAR drivers and just have stickers everywhere on their fucking suits saying "This who paid me," so we all can know. Like, hey, at least I know why you voted the way you did. You know why? Because you're Pfizer or Amazon, whoever the fuck. Like now I know why you voted the way you did. Okay, makes more sense. Just be honest about it. That's what I'm more about the transparency. Just be honest about who pays you. At least then people should understand what the fuck happens. They won't, but they should. And then he was explaining the velocity of money. I was looking it up on my computer too, but it's a pretty cool idea. Basically, when you send money out, it expands out further more than someone that's rich that just hoards money. Like I said, if money sits in a bank, if you have $100 million in a bank account, it's just dead money. Like doesn't help the economy, doesn't help anybody. That kind of thought process.
Dude, if you reduce these people's wealth by 90%, they'd still be so fucking rich. They'd still have
so fun, yeah.
The current rankings and everything. It's all right, guys, you still have your ego bullshit, but I don't know. There's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
The problem a lot of it runs into is, at least in my opinion, is there's only so much stuff you can buy, right? Once you're, I believe, if I remember correctly, I think I heard a number that it was around $75,000, which is if you're making if you can spend $75,000, you can basically cover all of your essential necessities in terms of housing, feeding yourself, any kind of medical stuff, anything like that. It takes about $75,000 a year or so to cover all of that. So everything else after that is all gravy. Not perfectly, obviously, but is mostly all gravy. And these people, after a point, you don't have anything else you need. You have a helicopter, you have a yacht, you have every TV, you have an NVIDIA 4090, or a 5090, even though they're not that great apparently. You don't need stuff anymore.
Nope.
So what do you go to buy? You go to buy people. You go to buy influence.
Yep.
Because you're at that point you're spending money to keep you in the position that you're in, and that's how we've gotten into where we've gotten.
True. I do get that. Yep.
People having so much money to the point that they don't need to buy things anymore. They just need to buy the ability to continue to always land on the top.
Yeah,
Well, it's like they're in a position where like their entire identity is based on their money and their power and the people that are coming to them with questions and all this stuff. And it's like they don't even, like these people, they need to fucking like not do what they do for a year to even like come close to being like normal or not psychopathic, you know? Like they need to like, I don't know. They need some kind of fucking therapy, like rich people fucking therapy. Like, bro, come on now. Like, you've done enough, and you're like damaging the country with your stupidity because you just simply do not reflect. You don't reflect. You don't gain any wisdom in your position. In people, the way that they treat them, right? Like they're gods. Like these people already believe they're like as intelligent or wise as they can possibly be. So it's like where they are, they can't improve. They can't improve as people. And like that's like bad for them, but they can't, you know, like it the only thing that determines their worth is their fucking cash. Like
yeah,
that's
like,
sad.
like I said, they're
It's
just
capitalism.
at this
It's
point.
bad for everybody.
At this point, you just want to buy power. It's just power, whatever you want to call it, influence, call it whatever you want. It's just power. Like you want to rule over people. Like that's the only thing that once you have so much money at that point, that's pretty much the only thing you're really searching for. I can only imagine. Is just subservient people.
They're just as much of victims of determinism as everybody else in every, you know,
Yeah,
every position below them.
yeah, but
I mean, it's also just a feature of capitalism. Like this is capitalism at the end of the day is a system of is an economic ideology that's like rooted in wealth accumulation.
Mhm.
You know, like who accumulates the most is winning the game, and
Yep.
that's like that's at the end of the day. That's the before capitalism we had feudalism where you had and before that we had monarchs who were at the top of society because God deemed it. They had all the money because God deemed it. And you see a lot of that kind of attitude in a lot of our billionaire class is they have to find reasons to, I think, justify to themselves and to the people around them for them being in the positions they are. Like,
absolutely.
who's the guy who is it that founded PayPal? That's
that's Elon.
that's
Elon Musk.
Peter Thiel, right?
That's
Am
Elon
I
Musk.
crazy?
It's still
Is that
Elon.
Musk? I thought he was
Yeah.
just an investor.
Well, he's the one that made it
Yeah.
big. It needed his money to expand. So I don't know who actually started it. I guess I could look it up too. But
Let me double check. I'm
Yep.
pretty sure it's Peter Thiel.
actually, I think you're right. Now that you mentioned it, I think Elon.
No, that's current. I need one founder. God damn it! I know Musk is on there.
Yeah.
But yeah. But either way. But anyway, my point being with all of that is, like, for
It was they got
something like
they got Ken.
someone like Peter Thiel, it's like, oh, I'm such a genius for coming up with a point of sale cash register on the internet. Like, whoa, fucking, nobody would have thought of that. That's a totally unique idea. It's not.
I know.
It's the most basic, simple idea once the internet it was always going
He
to be
was
a
just
question
first.
of who rather than when. This was
Yep.
always going to happen. It was just who got past the post. And it's like, that's not, I use PayPal. PayPal's fine, but I'm not impressed by PayPal. PayPal isn't some new way of thinking. It's just taking what we do in real life and putting it on the internet. That's not
For sure.
unique or like anything crazy. But these people have to
No.
constantly reinvent themselves and constantly pump themselves up, like they've come up with like the cure for fucking cancer, and they haven't.
No, they pay other people to
Right.
do their research and stuff for them, and then they take the credit at the end. Like that's a lot of it. Like that's basically what Elon Musk
doesn't
does.
really get
I was like Elon Musk with all of his SpaceX and all the shit. Like people are like he's such a genius. I'm like he didn't really he hires people, which is fine, but like really he hires smart ass people to do the job that he wants them to do, which is cool. I mean, I guess it's good that we have it, but to claim that he's the smart one because it's his money, I mean, how does that make him smarter or any more better or anything?
Exactly.
It's the scientists that he hired. They're the great
say-
ones. Like honestly, we should get a
did
catalog
the
of
work,
who
they
works for
deserve
him.
it.
That's what really matters.
It's just owning money and telling people what to do, or like putting people in a position to generate more money for them. Like it's not actual fucking work that's
Yeah.
worth that amount of money. It's just not.
No. And
Yeah,
a lot.
they're not.
it-
Yeah, they're not creating anything. Jobs was not the engineer at Apple. That
No.
was
Wozniak.
if I remember
Yep. You were right.
Yeah. And how many people know like Steve Wozniak's name when they absolutely should?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Elon Musk should matter. We should be praising the people that work for SpaceX. Like, who's the SpaceX top scientist here? You deserve all the fucking praise, bro. You're a fucking master. You made the bitch come right back to its spot, dude. Like, you're amazing. Like,
Yeah.
fuck Elon. Elon just has the money, which is, like I said, it's cool that he has the money to supply the shits, whatever. But it's like he's not the one actually putting the hours in that company, fucking making it be awesome and do the awesome things
Like,
that it do.
If he profits whatsoever from like his money and investment, like okay, like that should be enough for him. Not like everything is
It's levels.
connected to
It's like
him.
anything,
Like he's
it's
the
levels.
face of everything, Like
Oh yeah,
Jesus
people act like
Christ.
he's the
Yeah, I
fucking
mean,
soul.
Elon's a unique narcissist. Yeah.
He's
Oh,
becoming
100%.
one. I feel like he's the bully or he's the got bullied that's turning into the bully kind of guy.
Kind of feel like you have to be a narcissist.
No, you do.
Yeah,
You have to be some
yeah.
kind of megalomaniac.
Like everything's about you, Like if you're not involved, like they probably hate it. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you
what-
don't make
that's
it.
what
You
it
don't
is,
make
dude.
it that far up. I would agree. Like, you don't make it that far up the totem in the system we have without being a narcissist. Like, I think that's like a.
If you're not a piece of shit human being, like you're fucking giving away money. You're fucking making sure people
Yeah.
are happy. You're
Yeah.
somebody who
A
takes
philanthropist.
joy in helping people. You're not like, and you're the amount you can help somebody with that amount of money, or people in general, is off the charts and unimaginable.
Hold on, I
But
gotta
they don't
have it.
care.
Hasn't like Elon said out loud that he could cure or whatever, like solve world hunger,
You can.
like if he really wanted to. And it's like, okay, why don't you? And
He
it's
doesn't
like,
do it.
oh well, somebody needs to make me a deal or something. It's like, okay, so you're hoarding like food from the mouths of millions upon billions of people because what? You don't feel like it? Like,
No. Because yes,
And
it's
it's
all
like
about
that's-
them. And that's
Yeah.
See, this is the thing that's disgusting to me is all this shit is obvious. It's right there in the open, but nothing can be done about it. Absolutely nothing.
We could start revolting.
Well, that's it. People need to stop being pussies, and people need to organize. How do people organize? People need to be pissed off enough. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
To like, take direct action, get in the streets. But we have this because everybody's got these houses and families and cars and jobs that they're afraid of losing if they take part in any kind of revolution.
well, I think it's something you see. Like we live in. I mean, we're the most powerful nation in the world. I think a lot of people still, and I think it's fair to argue. Like, I think a lot of people still feel that they have a lot to lose, and you don't see this kind of hesitance in, like I'm trying to think of a good example of a country recently that kind of. Oh fuck! Actually, no. I have a good example. I just can't remember what it was. It Haiti, where I think they had like their president got deposed or whatever. But you're not gonna see that. You're gonna see that in a lot more third world countries because there's just a lot less to lose and there's so much more to gain. Whereas most Americans live a pretty cushy life for as fucked as it is here. So I mean, like, unfortunately, there's an element to it where it's like things need to get just like everything needs to fall off a fucking cliff. I think until people will be ready to like take to the streets to like, for the fucking revolution. I'd love for them all to be here. I organize like a union at my workplace and we're on the edges of possibly striking, and the amount of people who are like angry at work and unhappy and everything else, but they're just like, I don't know that like they come to me and they're like, I just don't know if I'm ready to strike. That's
That's
they
tough.
understand that they've crossed the Rubicon on that.
Yep, it's
If
tough.
they go that way,
Yep.
yeah, and it's super fucking hard. And
It
the
is.
system like keeps it incredibly difficult.
Mhm.
Like our labor laws have only now gotten more fair towards like unions in the last
anymore.
4
'Cause of
years,
Biden.
and that's all.
Yeah.
Biden
and
helped
that's
a lot.
all fucking women.
Yeah, and then
And
now
like
they're going
we
to be
don't
all
know what our
eroded
union
away.
was going to be like.
Did you say, Mitch?
Trump is just going to erode any labor rights that we got.
Yeah.
He's going
I
to
don't know.
try to constantly.
What have we gotten recently? I mean, of course, right? He's the capitalist in chief, right? Basically.
Yeah, like redacting the DEI hire and then finding out that Target's a piece of shit corporation. I mean, I already knew that because it's a big corporation. So, but oh yeah, we care about everybody. No, you don't. You only care about your money.
Yep.
Yeah, all the every DEI hire like for a lot of corporations are forced through government like force of like we have to like we have to do our we have to do our due diligence and try to hire non-white people. Fine,
Yeah.
I guess we will. And you saw it as soon as that shit went away. A whole bunch of places were like, all right, oh no, we got to get in line. They forced us to stop hiring black people. I'm so sorry, and I'm crushed. It's all that sort of shit. So, and like
Racist
college
assholes.
admissions for African Americans in this country is going to go down again, which would be great. But
Yeah, stupid.
I don't really get the whole what's the DEI is just government, right? That's not
No,
private.
It's not even
corporations
anything.
do. Yeah.
It's
DEI kind of describes like a broad.
it's just culture, basically.
Yeah, diversity hire.
It was just culture. Like they're trying to add more culture to the workplace, to the government, everywhere. Instead of just being white men, or whatever. It's like, no, you gotta hire kind of a little bit of everybody.
Yeah, their government
Yeah.
within like government institutions.
mandated.
It's a lot more
Um,
solidified under the Equal Employment Opportunities Act, which was passed within the package of the civil rights movement and of the Civil Rights Act of '65. So essentially, it mandated like you must take these elements of people's like identification, such as their race, ethnicity, stuff like that, into account when hiring, because there was an obvious disparity of poor people, of black people, of the Irish, of like all of those sorts of classes of folks.
I think it's very
There was a
important.
huge
I think it's
disparity,
very important.
The Civil Rights Act, and a lot of that, if you wanted a government contract, you had to also be in line with that. And as that spread throughout companies that do government contracts and government institutions and everything else, it spread out into the professional world because they also have to compete with government programs. So it made its way out into the general public. But
Oh, okay.
if you have an administration that is attacking that more, you're going to see those fall, because at the end of the day, like at the end of the day, corporations don't, like, corpos don't fucking care. Like, they're not interested in making sure that black and brown people and poor people are getting good jobs. That's not, they're just looking to extract as much wealth from labor as they can.
I feel like the only way you can be what do they fucking call it? Why do I always AA? What is that? Fuck. Why do I always forget it?
Alcoholics Anonymous?
No, the other fucking the fucking. You know what I'm talking. That's the other fucking word for this. Why the fuck can I never remember the fucking word for this shit? 2 words for racial, equality in the workplace.
Affirmative action.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I don't know. I feel like you can. The only reason to be against affirmative action is if you think white people are better at shit than minorities. That's the only fucking way I could possibly think anybody could think that.
I use
That's
the Chris Rock thing. Like, you know what? If a white guy's in front of a black person in grades or whatever, cool, they deserve the job. But if there's a tie, fuck him. He's like, he had a 400-year head start on me. Fuck him. If there's a tie, I win the tie. Whatever it is. Like, I feel like that's the way. I mean, at least at a minimum, like, like I said, if both students are B plus students and they both got a 26 on the ACT and everything's the same. I mean, I would take probably the person that either comes from a poor neighborhood or a person minority because they probably had a tougher life. You know, like really, because it shows that you had to overcome more things to be the same as this average white person or average
Like-
whatever middle class person in general. You know, just whatever. You know, like it's
If there is
you don't
some,
have
like,
the you don't have the same starting
neighborhood-
point, so it's hard to grade you on the same curve.
What is the actual product of any possible merit disparity? All it is, it pisses me off. It just pisses me off, dude, because all it's doing is maintaining a sort of inequality of merit, if that's possible, right? Through
Yeah, for sure.
different minority groups not
Yeah.
having access
It's-
to these fucking like positions and shit,
Yeah,
you know? Like, so
it's-
there's no personal fucking, that's all it is. It's fucking maintaining it. It is maintaining quote unquote white supremacy.
What's that?
Like,
What's
it
the
just is.
justice that Biden put in? The black chick, it was like Kenji or something. Her name was. Do you remember her name is? But either way,
No.
the whole
Ketanji
point
Brown
is like people.
Jackson.
Yeah, but I'm saying either way, people are trying to be like she only got the job because she's black. But it's like, could it not be possible that she got the job because she deserves a job? Like, is that not even a possibility? You know, like
Is it not
these people
possible
don't even
that
think
a
it's
white
like
person
it's
have black
it's an
or
option. Like
whatever,
they're like,
or-
nope, it had to be because she was colored or whatever. It's like, yeah, it couldn't be just because she worked her ass off her whole life to be put in this situation and earned it. You know, just that's how you know that some of it has like the hint of racism. They might not be openly racist, but they are like, it's the societal
the
thing.
more
We're
you
gonna call it
integrate
like, you know,
different minority groups into these quote unquote high positions in society, the more it fucking integrates these races into that culture or whatever, you know. Instead, like, if no fucking minorities ever become like whatever, then that's not like a part of their culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't, that level of excellence doesn't like trickle down, you know? Like, so it would just keep it in like white hands and like white spaces.
well, they
you
want
know,
Christian
like-
too. It's mainly Christian, I think, for like that kind of shit. Because I mean, most of the people on the right are the hard Christians. So I mean, like, that's the thing. Trump won that
Yeah.
base. He won that base hardcore this last elections, and that's why he crushed it. You know, it's a big part of it.
Yeah, I just think there's no other, like, that's the consequence though. It leads toward supremacy of that fucking group. Like, that's just it.
Yeah.
So
Absolute
I
horseshit.
think DEI, affirmative action, absolutely necessary.
Like I said, sadly, the thing is, sadly, it shouldn't even be forced. It just should already just be the way. Like, honestly, there shouldn't have to be any kind of law or anything to like really put that in stone. But it's sad that we would have to think about doing that because people wouldn't if you didn't. You know, like it just shows how shitty humans and society is sometimes. Where it's like, you know, like I always tell people, like Jim Crow and all the shit is in most people's lifetime. Like people think it was so long ago. Like I said, my parents were alive when that happened. You know, most people the old folks that I work with or, you know, serve at the bar, I'm like, you guys were alive when black people didn't have rights here. You guys act like it was that long ago. It wasn't that fucking long ago, people. It was literally one generation ago. Not even. We're in that generation still currently to this day. You know, like, and you think it has no effect on anything. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of like the Republicans, they all want the instant gratification. They want things to look good right now and don't have any idea what the next 10, 15, 20 years, you know, it could do, you know, long-term effect. That's the same thing like I was saying with like Jim Crow and shit. Like they thought like, well, it ended in 1964. Well, yeah. You think there's no long-term broad effects growing up in that society as a person of color and shit like that? Like, come on now. Like, you got to use your brain. Like you're not going to be the same person that grew up that didn't have those issues, right? You know, you're just not. It's impossible.
Yep.
Not only that, but to ignore like the history of redlining as well.
True.
Like, it-
yep. You can't live in these neighborhoods
Yeah,
and shit.
like
Yep.
you can go into like black neighborhoods and you can see the difference between
sure.
them and the white neighborhoods in almost
Yep.
every state, every city, every county. You can tell the difference.
Yeah.
And those are
Oh, yeah.
decisions that, like, at the end of the day, were made decades ago and were perpetuated to this day.
That's what I'm saying. It's a long term effect. Like I'm saying, that's the thing. Liberals tend to be better at thinking long term. Like, what's going to be next? What's going to be best for the next 50, 100 years? And like I said, The Republican people are all about what's going to happen in 4 years. Make me look good now, so I can
For
win
sure,
and run again.
dude.
Like it's a
We're
different
trying
world.
to fix society, the fucking whole
They just care about
foundation
the
of it,
election.
dude.
Yeah, that's all they care about is the
And it-
election. So
They care about their tax money, the money that they fucking
fuck-
get taxed, and like they look at our money that we spend places as their money. That's the fucking thing, right? And
Sometimes,
like
yeah.
you always say, you can trace who fucking gets taxed for these fucking bills, right? So
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the bills and
pretty
actually read them
delusional.
themselves, yeah, you can see exactly like, oh, this money got allocated towards this. This money got allocated towards this. That's why I always think it's funny. People are like, oh, we did this, this, this. I'm like, have you actually read the bill? Like, you guys are all worried about what's happening in these bills. You can go fucking read them, man. You can go see the answer yourself. And usually when I do, I found out you're full of shit. Most people, when they try to tell me fake ass numbers or whatever the fuck, it's like you have no actual idea. Oh man.
yeah, they just have they work off of assumptions, dude.
Correct. It's. I always jokingly tell people online, I'm like, "What happened to the facts over feelings people? You guys are all feelings over facts now." Like
They
it just,
are.
It just totally flip flopped.
That's why
Totally
they say
100%.
it. That's why they say it. They're all feelings. That's all they have is feelings. Their whole like discourse economy is feelings. It's not facts.
Oh,
It's not
yeah.
reason. It's
No.
they don't even know what
It's fucking
justification
ironic.
means.
How about this?
You know what I mean? Like
it's
Did
so
you-
they
did
can't
you-
even bother to
Yeah.
read.
Hey, Brandon.
You know how many times I get accused of fucking word salad just because these
I
fucking
don't know what the
retards
fuck.
have a 5th grade fucking reading level, dude? I am so tired.
Mhm.
And why is word salad so fucking widespread among them now? It's
It's
just
because
a
you're saying
fucking
words
way
they don't
to
understand,
ignore
and they
what
think
you're
they're just like talking down to them. That's mainly
literally Google, you fucking idiot.
true. I Google a lot of words if I don't like. I read a lot of documents. I have no fucking
That's what you
clue.
do.
The thing is, I always say like
We learn
the
winning.
difference between like I feel like with me and
yeah.
probably you guys in general. Like the thing is, if I don't know, I just tell people I don't know. I might tell you how I feel about it, but I'll let you know like I feel or I think this way. I don't know these things. Once I get to the point
you
where I'm
can
like I know
tell.
this, it's because I fucking read it or I like done research on this topic. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. There's like a difference. I always say people have such high convictions for shit they don't know. They need to stop
Yeah.
doing that. Like, dude, if you don't know something about it, you can tell people. You can say how you feel, but don't act like you fucking are the gospel truth on this
Yeah.
topic when you don't fucking have any fucking clue about it.
Yeah. That's how you get labeled as stupid. If you don't know, then you don't know. That's fair enough. But if you try to zoom in and try to bullshit your way, it's like we're gonna call you stupid. You know,
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
it's
You're
like
gonna
we're
get
not
called
gonna call you
stupid, rightfully.
stupid if you say you don't know because I don't know a lot of things.
Sure. And
Do you
like I
know
said, I have no
obviously?
problem with it. Like I said, I feel like that's with us. I feel like it's a good thing for us is that we just look it up. You know,
The only
like
time
or,
I ever get pissed off at somebody is if they act like they fucking know all the answers. Like they got all the answers.
hey
They
man,
have-
if they actually do, that's dope. To me, like I like that. If someone does, like if I can be like blah blah blah, and they're like, nope, look at this court date. What? And I look at it. Oh, fuck, I didn't know about that. That's cool. Thank you. And then like we talk about something else, and they bring up something else I don't know. I'm like, oh, thank you, because I didn't know about this. So now you just changed my whole idea on this topic because I didn't know about this date, this court document or whatever the fuck. You know, it's like cool. Like instead of just being mad about it, why can't just people say thank you for the new knowledge because I didn't know this? You know, like it just seems easier to do that than to bitch and moan and try to act like you fucking know what you're talking about when you don't.
It's so weird. Just it's all ego. It's all ego. I mean,
It
we've
is.
talked
Hell,
about this a million times.
It's
it's just
getting to
about-
the cult mentality.
Oh, if they actually investigate the problem correctly, they might be called liberals by their friends. That's all it comes down
yeah,
to.
owning the libs.
I mean that whole movement's been coddled by like talk radio in the '90s and
Mhm.
Fox News since.
Yep.
Like they
Mhm.
like
Rush Limbaugh.
they've been locked in a media ecosystem for
30 years.
40
yeah, 50
40
years.
years now, 30, 40 years.
I
now?
used to be in that.
So
shit.
it's like it's not surprising that their identity is wrapped up in the shows they watch, in the commentators that they watch. It's very parasocial, and you can see a lot of that with Trump too.
Mhm.
They're all very weirdly parasocial with him, and like that leads to just completely fucked politics to a degree. But actually, it's more just like you were saying, it's all ego because they're all trying to not feel embarrassed, so they have to double down, they have to triple down, they have to
Yeah.
be like,
Exactly.
oh, Trump. They have to do all of it because if they don't, they lose that they lose that like shield, and then they just feel.
You remember Rittenhouse?
Then
when-
they'll feel stupid. And that's
Remember-
the worst thing you can feel.
Remember when
Like,
Rittenhouse
being
said?
wrong for
Remember when Rittenhouse
20
said that?
plus years?
When Rittenhouse said that he was like pro Ron Paul or whatever the fuck it was during this last election, and everybody on the right wing called him a fucking shill and piece of shit, blah blah. Within like 10 hours, he switched. He's like, "Oh, I was just kidding, guys. I love Trump. I love Trump." You know, like they're so good about shaming. If you get outside, it's basically like, again, I break it down to the church idea. It's the church. They excommunicate you if you are not a part of our fucking thinking and our cult or whatever, cult of personality and shit. We will excommunicate you, and you will never be a part of us ever again. And for a lot of people, it's fucking hard to break free. You know, it just truly is. You don't want to lose your friends,
Yep.
family, and everybody else. You know, like it's basically like how the Mormons treat their fucking ex people. What are they called? Apostates. What are they called?
Apostates?
Yeah, apostates. If
I
you're
don't
an
know.
apostate and in the Mormon religion, you're fucked. You're never seeing that family and doing anything. That's kind of what it's like now with cult people or with Trump people.
So sad.
Yep.
It is
These
sad.
people miss so much of life. You know, like this might be their only fucking existence. You know, I don't know. But that's to derail the topic. But you know,
Yeah.
I mean, they're taught to be antisocial as well, and you can see a lot of that behavior in them.
hmm Yeah, they're the
It's like,
they're the I versus we. I always say it's all about me.
I always use like three izations, like dehumanization, otherization, humanization.
Immunization.
Immunization, basically, that's what it comes down. Like they're immunizing themselves against fucking influence of people who may corrupt them. You know, like and that comes straight to the LGBTQ movement, right? Like they're anti-trans because they're like anti-non-binary because they don't want to fucking. They're afraid they may fucking be one of those things. It's fucking sad.
It's funny because the last two times there's been GOP things for Trump, the grinder has gone down. Like it gets too much activity.
Yeah.
Grinders down.
Yeah, like people, all the GOP people that are fucking fake hate gay people are the ones that are gay. They fucking.
Of course.
I'm just saying it's like anything else.
I don't know if it's all of them, but
No, it's not all of them, but it's a
definitely-
good chunk. I'm saying, but it's all they're the closeted ones.
It's gotta
They're just-
be. There's gotta be some association, right? There's gotta be some
there
unconscious
is.
fear. 100%.
Well, yeah. Well, again, mostly people are super religious, dude. Like I know, like that'd be tough to come out to like my parents and shit back in the day. I mean, now after society's beat them long enough, I think they're all right with it now. But in general, like if we were a kid and we were like, "Hey, Dad, I'm gay," I don't know how you'd react. I'm not sure if it would be a good one. Let's say it'd probably be one of those like, "You're not fucking just figure it out, bro. You'll grow out of it." I guarantee that'd have been the conversation.
Mhm.
You know, like I just see it. You know.
Why does your stream always freeze, Wally?
I don't know,
Damn.
man. Well, this is on my phone, so I don't know why.
Is it frozen for you? Or is it just me?
No, it's me too. I'll pause it and try to unpause. Let's see if it comes back. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
This is all well-trodden territory.
Oh, okay.
You know,
alright,
identity just plays such a big effect on, you know, the cognitive dissonance or
It is.
you know the unwillingness to actually engage in a good faith manner and like
Mhm.
question beliefs. Yeah. Ostracization. It's just
It is hard to
Fucking
break down
surprising.
beliefs. I mean, it really is for a lot of people. It's not easy.
mm-mm. I mean, like you fucking went through it yourself, so it's like
You know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I grew up
I've always
like he's
been
talking
thinking-
about, dude. Like my parents were listening to fucking Michael Savage, fucking Rush Limbaugh, fucking Laura Ingraham. She was all my whole youth, you know, growing up in the '90s and shit. Then it went to, you know, the Glenn Becks, and it went to that kind of Fox News, Sean Hannity. I mean, that's exactly what it was. They always went down the line, you know, all day. My dad was in the car. We were listening to fucking all the shit on the radio. If we were at home, it would either be sports or it'd be fucking Fox News of some sort or whatever. You know, just like you said, it's an echo chamber.
is
It
your
is-
dad
That's my
still
dad.
around
That's
or
my
what?
dad now.
Yeah, my dad's still around.
24/7.
My dad's so like I always say like he just votes red no matter what. So like he's not a Trumper. Like he didn't give a fuck Trump one per se. It's just I'm not voting for the Dems.
Oh right, yeah,
Like-
yeah,
but
he's
no
just-
Democrat.
I remember that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's not a Trumper. He don't give a fuck
Sissy
about Trump.
boys.
Like he thinks it's
They're gonna
funny.
turn the whole country
My
into
dad
sissy
laughed.
boys.
My dad's like, we're about to have a felon be a president. I'm like, isn't that fucked up, Pappy? He's like, kinda. I'm like, at least he can admit it's fucked up. Like, you know, I know he still voted for him because again, it's not a Democrat, but still, at least he understands that this is like the
He's
worst thing we've
aware.
ever done. Like, come on now, we just voted in a fucking felon.
I know.
And should be worse than that. It should be like a billion-time felon with all the Jan 6 and the legal documents and shit that we're never gonna find out about. But
Exactly.
stupid.
All right, where can this conversation pivot?
Well, so far I can tell you, dude wants to talk about. Let's see here. In our conversation, he's big into fucking RFK. He wants to talk about vaccines and fucking food. Like
Is
the,
this another guy?
yeah, the
Oh,
one on
God.
Tuesday I was talking to you guys about, where I gotta
Oh,
do on that one channel shit. He wants to talk about high fructose corn syrup, dye 40. He wants to talk about what impact do you think RFK will have and will it lead to a healthier food and healthier vaccines for America? And he wants to ask about, do you think companies will be held accountable or given fines or anything for giving known cancer-causing products in their foods for decades? Those are the three questions the three topics he wants to go over
they okay. So they
within
knew
RFK.
it. Dude.
And then mine was I want to talk about the pardons and the fucking executive orders. And I said climate change, but now he wants to talk about what does he want to talk about? Something about him. He wants to talk about either the like Doge and shit, the shit he's creating, or the things he's taking away. So like,
Oh,
Efficiency.
yeah.
or like I try to bring
That's
up
a lot
like
to go
like
over.
leaving the World Health Organization. I was like, that'd be kind of something too because that's a big thing.
Damn, we left. Oh yeah, that's fucking stupid. We left that.
Yeah, it is stupid.
Yeah, I guess we would have to. Yeah, I don't know much about the World Health
It's like,
Organization. So
WHO's pretty.
Well, basically, yeah, they're like the international CDC, basically.
right, yeah, yeah. My mom was one of the people that were thinking, oh, the World Health Organization is going to take over the world or whatever. You know, like they're going to have unlimited authority to like impose
I know.
whatever. You know.
Yeah,
like-
it's the same as the Council for Relations or any of those, whatever. That's the thing. As a person that used to be a conspiracy theorist and all that kind of shit, I understand where these people are coming from. They just never actually. It's mainly, like I said, they're afraid of fucking education. They're literally afraid of. They hate scientists because they're too smart. / they prove them wrong. They hate educational people going to college and shit because it breaks you away from their ideology of fucking being a small time conservative. It's the me versus the we and all that kind of shit. So they're anti all that kind of stuff.
Well, think about it. Like when we talk about there being too many people, right? Like there's only, like somebody said this the other day in the polymath chat or
Mhm.
whatever. Like there's only so much oceanfront property, right?
Yep.
As far as like having identities or like being able to study certain things, like being able to prove your fucking capabilities as a fucking human being, right? And
Uh-huh.
I think that plays into this. Like these guys want to they want to fucking have like some relevance, and it's like if they tear down these people in society that are like quote unquote above them, then they feel like that evens the playing field as far as like whether like how much meaning they're able to extract, based upon their abilities or whatever. Like that's, I think, huge with all this stuff.
Yeah.
And like I could see that being the same thing with like celebrities and shit. Like these people just I don't know. I think
There's
just
a difference.
the modification of life in a sense is just
Well, I'd always try to preface. There's a big difference between a millionaire and a billionaire. Millionaires, I mean, they're still whatever to an extent, but
Yeah.
the joke is always we know millionaires that are broken on the streets. You ain't never seen a billionaire ever broke on the street, ever in your life. There ain't
Mhm.
never been the, oh, I lost $1 billion and I'm fucking homeless. That story has never existed in human history.
Even if they lose all their money, dude, like they're fine. Like they're not gonna just.
I'm just saying,
be
like,
gone. You
but
know
I'm
what?
saying
don't
I
know.
could show you videos and we can see pictures and all this shit of millionaires being homeless though because they have drug addicts or whatever the fuck problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, you
Oh,
can lose
yeah.
millions of dollars. You cannot lose billions of
Yeah,
dollars.
that's true.
Once you cross that threshold, you are fucking safe for the rest of your life and most likely your next 3 kids' life. You know, like realistically, you can't lose it.
Really fuck up. You really fuck up. You do stupid shit like
Do you think about
Elon
this?
buying
So
like
I
a
don't know
billion
if
companies.
1 million seconds is like 15 days or 31 days, and 1 billion seconds is 31 years.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah.
1
I
month
remember
is 31
that,
years. Yeah, I'm just saying, like it's just people like it's
That is-
astronomically different. You like,
Yeah.
Like I said, people don't.
Yeah, that's
Like I
a
said,
good way
humans
to-
are really bad at fucking. Once we get really big numbers, because most of us aren't super smart. Like
Oh,
even
yeah,
with
we
like us, we're fucking retarded when it comes to fucking big numbers, dude. Like it's just. That's why we tell people like,
Yeah, I agree.
we watched that math video the other day. These people trying to explain things like, I understand because they're breaking it down, like stupidly, but like when I watch them try to do it, it's so fucking hard. You know, like I just makes no sense.
Yeah, like that. The Godel numbers and shit like that was fucking weird. The Goodle.
The Goodle numbers.
Yeah, 'cause I'm into
Yeah.
astronomy, and
Oh,
some of
wait, you
those
did that.
numbers in astronomy are just ridiculously large. Like I can't comprehend,
yeah.
but I'm gonna accept it because
yeah,
I know
They did this
I know
Yeah,
how
when
it
you
is.
got 10 to the fucking 30 zeros, like, okay, man, that's a fuck ton of numbers, you know, like.
Yeah, you're like that's huge, and then I know relative size 'cause of
Mm-hmm.
like other objects and stuff. It's just like, damn, it's two times the size of that. Holy shit!
Well, they have units like like the astronomical units and what I don't
Yeah.
know what else they have for fucking mass. And
But
shit.
even with light years, it's just like, what? Why am I not getting these
Is that
counted?
astronomical units? Solar masses, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have like different measuring systems. So that's cool.
Why in the hell am I not getting any armor slots in it?
Hey, isn't it funny? So I was just reading this little article, at least the headline says, after Colombia helped with getting rid of migrants, they don't have to suffer tariffs anymore. Trump's using like a tariff around the world to fucking be like, oh, you're good for us, we don't tariff you. But if you don't do anything I say, then we're gonna tariff the fuck out of you. So it's kind of funny how it's becoming like a mini weapon that nobody, you know.
Well, tariffs, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, it's just like I mean, it's basically economic sanctions, right? In a sense,
Kinda, yeah.
in principle.
Trump says Jordan, Egypt should take over Palestine from Gaza. Why would they do that? They could have done it so long ago. They just never wanted to.
Wait, who should take over what? Got what in Egypt?
Egypt and Jordan, the country of Jordan and Egypt. He wants them to take over the Gaza Strip, make them Egyptian or Jordan, or just be held by them. I guess maybe.
Why? Wait. I don't fucking whatever.
I don't know. I'm trying to read some.
Just make
Bas-
more chaos.
Maybe. Thing is, I mean, Gaza's already a problem per se, but at least it's not like a country. If Israel starts having a
So-
problem with them, and now it's Egypt or Jordan, now that's a real country.
Oh.
Now it becomes an actual war or fight. You know, like I'm just saying, it could escalate the situation in that area. Probably not in any way that's good.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. So you said Trump wants them
Yeah.
to do that?
Yeah, he just said Trump says Jordan and Egypt should take Palestine.
Well, if you think about it, they'd probably accept that leadership over Israeli. But
Yeah, but the thing is, Egypt and them don't want them because they know it's just a headache. It's a political nightmare.
Yeah.
Because if they're your people now, you're gonna have to pay most of their food. You got to pay for most of their humanitarian aid and all this shit. Instead of being a world thing, now it becomes a your thing. You know what I'm saying? Because right now Gaza's not a country; it's nothing. So everybody in the world has to supply them with food and medical and shit like that. Like I
dude,
said,
this
now
whole
if you put-
situation is so dumb. Like if the fucking Palestinians just like went somewhere else, just bit the fucking bullet, you know, like this would be so much easier.
Like I said, they just needed
both
two
parties are responsible for being fucking stupid.
They need to
in
do a
this
two-state
situation.
solution. They should have. They should have done it a long time
Forever
ago.
ago. Forever ago. Like it's both their fucking faults. Like yeah, Israel's like the big kid on the block that always hits
Now they
harder,
are for
but
sure.
I
No, I
don't
know. It is. I mean, it's multifaceted, like anything. I always say that
People are
the
just fucking
Israelis
stupid.
were wrong in the beginning, and now they're right now probably because they're the ones getting attacked most. Like like the pop shots and shit. But in the end, like I said, Hamas or whoever Gaza is at the whoever runs them, they keep losing the land every time they fight. They lose because Israel's bigger and better, and they lose more land. They just got to stop doing that. they should they should have took. I think it was.
There's so much history.
I think it was
back
Yasser
into this.
Arafat. He should have fucking took. They had a deal where they would have got like 47% of the land or something like that, and they should have took that deal. That's the best they ever got.
Like, just take a
What are we
fucking
talking
deal.
about? Sorry,
end it.
I was like reading this Columbia
Israel,
article.
You're all good,
Palestine.
brother.
Mentioned it.
Just a little bit of everything. We're talking about Israel. So Trump wants to give. He's asking Jordan and Egypt to take back Palestine.
What? Take
Yeah, exactly.
Take them. I don't know. Whatever.
take it back in what way?
Well, who knows? I was reading the
I'm
article.
like, I'm mostly
Occupy the
confused about that
territory?
because I'm like, wait, so does
Wait.
he want Egypt and Jordan to go to war with Israel?
That's
I mean-
that's what. So yeah, I was just literally telling him, I'm like, you know what? It sounds good in theory because they're fucking Egyptian, they're Palestinian, whatever. But it's like now instead of fucking Israel fighting Gaza, which is nobody, they're gonna be fighting actual countries. They're gonna have like real fucking domestic warfare and shit. Like the situation in that area is not gonna do good.
No.
Egypt and Jordan to take. Oh. Headline I got is Trump wants Egypt and Jordan to take in Palestinians from
Yep.
Gaza here. Yeah.
You know, the
Which
rooters
they've been asking for that for like
ever.
decades now.
That's what I'm
Within the
saying.
last year, that's always been the why doesn't Egypt and Jordan take them? To which Egypt and Jordan
Don't.
tend to respond of like, we'll take immigrants, but we're not just like you're not just like sending a bunch of people out of your country
That
into ours that we now have to like process and everything else. Like
Mhm.
people want to immigrate here, they can immigrate here, but that's not what this is. That's
no, yeah,
you're like pushing your apartheid
yep.
victim into into our like land. You deal with it.
Yeah, like I said, instead of Egypt or not Egypt, instead of Israel having problems with Gaza and having like a individual thing, it's going to be a full-fledged war because if you fight now Egypt, now the situation geopolitically becomes a lot more strenuous and shit in general. And the other thing is, like I was telling Rand a second ago, would this imply that Egypt and Jordan would have to like feed them and give them medical and shit then in general? Because right now they're not a country, so the world has to supply them with food and medical and aid and shit like that. So is Trump trying to push off, like basically trying to push the bill on these two countries? Go, hey, you know what? You pay for these people, not us. Not the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's always been that's been a pretty long argument of Israel's that like Palestinians don't belong on this land. They can go back to the other Arab countries. Why don't any of the Arab countries take them? That like
Yeah.
they shouldn't even be here anyway. So on and so
Yeah.
forth. So I mean, but I mean that entire situation is gonna get so fucked at this point.
Yeah.
It's just gonna like Trump is just gonna let them honestly just continue their genocide, and we'll probably be looking back at this in like 20 years as an enormous black mark on American foreign policy.
Dude, pretty much everything, dude. He's got January 6th, dude. He's literally got one of the worst things in like American history. Like when they write about this in history books, dude, it's gonna go down so bad. Like we voted in an insurrectionist, like a guy who literally did that. That's so fucking sad.
Mhm.
It's just crazy.
Dude, we're just disconnected from history. We're disconnected from like all of intellectual culture, dude. Like I don't think Europe is like this. I don't think Canada's like this. Like I don't know. I could be wrong, but 'cause I don't know that much about those countries exactly. But yeah, we are fucking brainwashed. We have most of our people are their minds are coupled to a fucking corrupted information stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so easily affected by propaganda, which
Emotional
is
rhetoric.
sad, and that's probably due to the Cold War.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's what. Yeah, absolutely. Cold War is like the whole severing mechanism or event.
Well, yeah. After World War II, we knew there was gonna be a power vacuum between us and Soviets. Like we just knew it was inevitable. Like it's just like anything. We wanted the power, they wanted the power. So and then
Anything that resembles a leftist idea just is presented as dangerous.
Well, at the time, we were the leftists, actually, like per se. I mean, at that time, we were pretty far left in the sense of like we were talking about like corporate tax rate was like 90%. All this, like, dude, like we did our best to have rich people kind of supply. It was the beginning of the end. I will agree. Like when I always say, like when the Rockefellers and these motherfuckers started hoarding the money, that's like the beginning of the American autocracy, basically, where now rich people pay for their own things like too much.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But till then, yeah, like even though, like I said, like 50 is if Amazon made $500 billion in the fucking whatever, they'd had to fucking pay probably almost half that money to the government, and pay shit, infrastructure, all that kind of shit, Let's see. I was reading at least Lindsey Graham's not a piece of shit. He called out the January 6th pardon.
Really?
He was like,
he did.
he's like, he's like, you should beat up cops and get pardoned. I'm like, well, you know what? At least you're not a spineless fuck. I'll give you that. Like I said, that's all I asked for.
Well, at that moment,
Yeah,
I've seen that guy, dude.
No, I know.
I don't even know what he reminds me of. He reminds me of something. I can't quite.
Some loser on a TV show, basically. I can't remember what, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
He's definitely a he's a kneeler to Trump for sure. Like he'll
In general,
that man will bend any way the wind blows, kind of. But yeah.
Lindsey Graham's just looking to stay relevant.
Who is?
That's been my
see
read
that.
on him for a long time.
Oh, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, yeah.
because he was a big anti-Trump guy until
They all were.
it was obvious, until it became clear he was winning the primaries in 2016,
Yep.
and then he bowed. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I said,
the guy's got a fucking
almost
spine
everybody's
yellow.
anti-Trumper when they use their brain, and then they get bought off or swayed or whatever the fuck it is, and then they fall in line.
They just, I just think they recognize power.
Yep.
They're just like, oh well, that's the most powerful guy in the room. So
Yep.
Yep.
and
Survival.
they do the Caesar. They offer, they do
Yep.
the oh, please.
They kiss the ring. Yeah, that's what all the fucking Bezos, all the people, Mark Zuckerberg, all these dummies going against everything they stand for because Trump's president, and I don't know why. Probably for better tax breaks or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah,
I said.
their donors know what's up.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, going back
Yep.
on you're talking about the egg prices. Fucking Vance just said it's like, well, he's only been president 5 days, guys. It takes time to lower the prices and shit. His big claim is that they're going to make energy costs so cheap that prices of food and stuff have to go down because gas and shit be so cheap. Good luck. Good luck.
I mean, how long does it take for like you don't just like turn on the pipeline and that's it? Like
No, I know.
you gotta get
Build
people
it,
out there,
maintain
fucking
it,
yeah.
still engineer to clear the terrain for it. Yeah,
Yeah, it all
it's
depends
gonna
on
take
where.
more than a few years.
Well, I
Mhm.
mean,
Well, we have to look into like the economic damage of like say that. I mean, I assume the Keystone Pipeline is probably going to be like one big thing that's reinstituted, and I don't know what else. But you got to think about it. Like, if you only got 4 years for this shit, what's the fucking point, right? Like,
Yeah, he's
We're-
trying
we're-
to make it.
'Cause it's never
He
gonna get
hears
done
some
all the
bills
way, even.
Congress that he wants to be a third-term president.
of course,
He's just like,
he's
no.
He's going to try it. He's going to try to find some fucking way. You know it.
There
Or-
is no
or-
way unless they get out of the 2/3 of the vote in the Senate and Congress. I mean, that's the only legal way to do it. Now, I'm not saying he won't try or won't do anything illegal, but that is the only legal way to do it right now.
Who's the next most popular guy?
It's gonna be JD
Is it
Vance.
JD Vance?
It has to be. That's
He
why I
doesn't have
guarantee you.
the-
That's why, because JD Vance was a never Trumper and called him a fucking Nazi. So I mean, like, I guarantee the reason why he bent the knee is to get this spot so that when Trump is gone, he could be the next Trump, or at least be the next leader of the Republican Party.
I can't wait to see the conflict that happens within the whole MAGA group, dude. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be
And
it.
apparently, Trump and Elon are having
They've been.
difficulties. They're having
right?
little lovers quarrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like lovers quarrel.
Big surprise. Two fucking morons that don't know how
Yeah.
to behave, not getting
Yeah.
along.
Yeah. And then now that he's president, I don't know. I didn't read any of the story. I just saw that. I was like, that doesn't surprise me.
Two egos. You cannot. There's not enough room for those two fucking egos, dude.
Yeah.
It's
I think I saw
that
Poland
amount of
in the
brain
first
cells.
What do you see, Poland?
I said I'm pretty sure I saw polling really early on, like second day of the administration, on polling Republican Party voters on if they'd be happy with a third term. But I'd have to like find it. The real question's gonna be like, because there isn't. They would have to like they would have to get the term limits repealed out of the Constitution, which is not happening. But the real question is like, if they wield
The
what's the word
power.
I'm looking for? Executive power and like declare a national emergency, and that's why the federal government can't hold elections
Yep.
because that's how it is.
In
I
Ukraine?
believe I could be wrong about this, but I think Ukraine,
Yeah, it is.
maybe a year or two ago, had to suspend elections because like
It's a war. in
obviously
Ukraine.
they're in the middle of a war right now. But I mean, they've declared a national emergency over everything.
Yep.
Like, apparently, we are
Energy.
our cup runneth over in this country for national emergencies, but everyone still goes to work every day and
Yep.
comes home and plays video games or whatever. So,
It's true though. We're in an immigration immigration and energy whatever
Crisis.
yeah,
crisis
like,
or what national emergency of energy and immigration.
It's hilarious how just tiny things constitute an emergency for these people.
Well, no, Trump's
I mean, like-
Trump's the first person to ever do the energy one. It's literally the first time there's ever been a national emergency on energy.
Oh, okay.
He just made it up. Closest I was reading, the closest we ever came was Jimmy Carter in the 70s when we were having no energy here. He almost did it, but it wasn't even him. It was certain states did shit. It was like state governors would do an emergency power, not the federal government. It's different, you know.
Oh,
This is the first time a federal fucking government dude said, "Hey, guess what? We need a fucking." I always say it's funny. We already pump more oil than ever before, more than any other country already. Like, what the fuck are we missing here? Like, how much more can you do? And again, it's just
How much do we import versus
almost zero, dude. We don't
Uh,
import anything anymore.
not import anything? What the fuck are
Hold
we?
on, I'll look it up.
So,
Oil.
all we're gonna do is increase the oil supply globally. Well,
We'll sell it.
That's
Yeah, we
weird.
want to sell oil to the world. We want to be like Saudi Arabia back in the 90s.
I don't know. If you really think about it, like,
Where is oil?
even when we do get like renewable energy, like, what are we gonna do with that oil if that's in the ground?
Oh,
It's not.
I'll be back
nothing
one
with
second.
it?
guys.
You're all good.
There's a lot of things. That
you're
go on.
always-
There's probably some
You're always gonna
room
have
for nuance.
you're always gonna have a need for oil, like at least for the next probably like 100 years, at least minimum. Like, so there's gonna be a
Yeah.
purpose of it. It's just you shouldn't have your economy and everything rely on it. Like, you should start transitioning over to it. You know,
You need to worry about the environment for sure. Like that is something that they can't just. hand
they do
wave
though.
away.
They just hand wave it away and say it's fake, dude. That is a big issue. They think it's all bought and paid for, even though it's like I always say, it's the whole world saying. It's not just fucking our government saying it's a problem. It's literally the whole fucking world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that is a big one that fucking nobody ever wants to talk about.
Yeah, like there's the global warming part, and then there's what are we gonna do? Like, oil's always gonna be useful, so I don't know.
Yeah, because it's used to make plastics.
Yeah, and like other things.
But
like-
yeah, so
Yeah,
like
plastic.
the like I
It's
said,
used-
it's
we
the
need it.
it's the difference between how Republicans and Democrats and shit general or conservatives, liberal, whatever you call it, how they think. Like I said, the right tends to think of just now, so they want what's best now, and Dems usually think long term. So like we're thinking, we need to fucking figure this out because this is a problem. Like it's not gonna like it will not kill me in my lifetime, but it might kill like in 3-4 generations lifetime or something. You know, like it might kill one of them. You know, because the Earth might be inhabitable. We should fix this. Start fixing it now. You know, versus. Well, I need the economy to do good right now, so I need to just instantly, you know, no fucking long term thinking effect.
Yeah, I mean, like we need it to produce, renewable energy, but yeah.
Well, also, dude, it ends up being cheaper long term. Like I said, I have solar panels, dude. I don't pay for electricity really. You know, like you know how nice that is long term. For the rest
Yeah.
of my life, as long as I live in this house, I don't gotta pay electricity bill, pretty much ever.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Yep, it's big. Yep.
I mean, like I pay a lot of money up front, but that upfront cost, it's like I'm saying, you pay a lot up front to make money and save money later for long term.
Yep.
Like I said, that's how Dems usually try to think of things. They're more long term strategic thinkers versus
I do think so too. Like, dude, like even the thing that we just outlined with the DEI, like it leads to a more healthy, like, more culturally integrated,
Economy.
like,
Yeah.
oh, I
like,
mean that's my favorite.
society in general.
Yeah, this
Where
guy.
things aren't fucking divided by racial lines. Like
this-
that's how. Yeah, like class should never be divided by racial lines. And
No.
the more we fucking look to quote unquote merit or care more about merit, the more we fucking.
I mean, we should
that's
look
how
at
it's
merit,
gonna
but the
lead
thing
to.
is, like I
That's what
said,
it's gonna lead
these
to.
people don't even have the
Of
idea
course,
that
but-
these people got the job because of their merit. They just they got the job because they're black or brown or whatever. You know, like
It's
it-
a non-issue. It's just
Well, like I said, to me, it's like-
they think they're the virtuous ones. That's the whole thing. They think they're looking to find ways to show their virtue as superior to Democrats. That's all it is. It's a bullshit. It's a bullshit issue. That's all it is,
yeah.
in my opinion. I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
the thing is, it's an issue when it shouldn't be an issue. That's what I always try to say. Like,
Yeah.
sadly, because we still have to talk about them because people are dumb. Yeah, they are an issue, but they shouldn't be. You're right.
Yep, DEI, affirmative action. Like it's a necessary thing to ensure
So here you go. You ready for this?
equity.
This
or
guy made a good. This guy
Quality
made one of the best
opportunity.
arguments that I could think of when people bring up DEI.
psychological equality.
No, when people bring
Yeah.
up DEI, you bring up so like in politics how we have DEI because like states like Wyoming get 2 senators and 3 Congress people, so they get 5 representatives for like less than 500,000 people. But states like California get like 50 for like 8 million people. Like you guys get more representation than we do because you guys have less people. Because of he's like the DEI, because we have to be diverse. You fucking loser fucks that live out in hillbilly land. We have to let you in and fucking have say in our fucking government. You guys have more say than we should, or we do, because we have to include you. That is diversity, equity, and equality. Like it's the same thing. It's just politically, you know. I never thought about it, but it makes sense. Like, yeah, I think it's like it broke down to like you got one. In Wyoming, you would get one representative for like 104,000 people that you have in that state. And like California, it's like 364,000 people for every one representative.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
saying these people are being overrepresented. I'm saying that is literally DEI. Like you're being included in this shit that you technically shouldn't even be allowed to because you don't even have enough people to be representative, but you are. You're being overrepresented. You know, like it's my favorite counter to that argument because it throws it right back in their face. Like, oh, you hillbillies that
Yep.
you guys want all that power? You guys can't. You guys only have the power because we allow it. You know, like 'cause it's the way it's set up.
Are we talking about the Senate?
Well, I was saying like so when people bring up DEI as like an issue, right? Like diverse. This guy made an argument. It was a good point. It was like so like how states like Wyoming and Alaska and all these shit are fucking being included and excluded and all this shit when you should be. Because, like I said, you guys have overrepresentation. You guys have 5 representatives for 500,000 people, while like California has 56 for like 8 million. You know, I think, like I said, the number was like 104,000 per rep versus like 364,000 per rep. Like,
Yeah.
That's not supposed to be a thing, right? Like it's supposed to be.
it's just so like the minimum you can have is 5. So you get the 2 Senate. Every state gets 2 Senate,
Okay.
and then you get 3 minimum for your Congress, whatever.
Okay.
So like you get a minimum. There's like a then you know every more people you get more. But just like I say, so we have that base minimum. So states like I said, like Alaska, Wyoming, Montana, probably South Dakota, like these states, they're overrepresented in our government because they got such a big say, but their say only represents this many people. You know, little itty titty tiny population.
Jeez. Yeah, dude. I didn't realize that the ratio is that fucked. Holy fuck.
It is, like I said,
God
especially
damn.
the big states like New York, you know, those huge states, even like Texas. I mean, Texas leans that way in general, but they're being underappreciated in the Congress and Senate technically compared to like Wyoming and all these little states.
Okay. Wow. Jeez.
Hmm.
Yeah. Why did I not know that? That's weird.
Yeah.
That was.
I never knew about it till a little bit, like a couple months ago. Like I said, somebody brought that up in an argument with someone, brought up DEI. He's like, oh, just like we do with the fucking government? They're like, what do you mean? And he explained, he's like, these hillbillies getting 104,000 people per vote. You guys are getting 364,000. Who's getting fucked?
Yeah.
You know?
Jesus. Yeah. Well, it's because they wanted like rural regions to not be
Equal- it's-
underrepresented,
Yeah.
I guess. But yeah. I miss how many rural issues actually pop up in Congress? You know, like that's a
None,
question to ask,
really.
I guess, or like in the Senate. Like so, it's like an outdated system based in fucking 18th century, 19th century thinking.
Dude, these super fucking hillbilly red areas wouldn't even survive without the major city left cities paying for all their shit.
Subsidizing fucking.
Basically, I'm
agriculture
saying
and
like
all
when
that
people
shit.
talk shit, I'm always like, they're always like, where would you get your food? I'm like, well, dude, you wouldn't even have a city. You wouldn't even have a count. You wouldn't have anything. Was it for the fucking Minneapolis, St. Paul, or where you know, like, if New York City doesn't pay for fucking everything, guess what? Little town in Hickamore, fucking New York State, wouldn't be around. You know.
What was I gonna say? Fuck. Well, you gotta imagine the farming industry is probably gonna be one of the first that's automated, right? Like, it's gotta be.
It's getting close. I mean, everything's getting automated per se, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean honestly, I'm guessing customer service might be a big one too first,
Hmm.
because like they already do with McDonald's shit, like and all your self checkout shit. Like they're already got the infrastructure. They're already working towards it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, like the kiosk. It's like I
Wow.
hate you using the kiosks. Like, no, you have people there that I actually
I
don't
prefer
want to talk
people
to the
too.
computer.
I prefer the people
Yeah.
too, but you know, I have succumbed to fucking. There's
Some
like
of the
8. There's
kiosks
8
are-
people waiting in line. I'll go through the fucking self checkout just to be faster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
I hate doing
I-
it, but it's like fuck. I don't want to sit here for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Fuck. Well, UBI's gotta be essential, but you have to fucking, take from the rich. That's the only fucking
Yeah.
way. And they control our government. So how the fuck is that gonna happen?
Now they do, especially. I mean, it's always been this way, but we've never had it worse. Like I said, this is by far the richest fucking cabinet anyone's ever seen in human history.
Yeah.
Oh, cabinet even, yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about just the president.
Dude, it's so frustrating that they justify these people, or they even identify these people, not even as rich people, but as like MAGA people, trustworthy people, our people, like, good lord, dude, you're being fucking bamboozled. Like, they're just playing a trick on you.
Well, yeah,
That's
we were
all they're
talking about it
gonna do.
earlier. They follow megalomaniacs, dude. Republican people they follow for the fucking the Joel Osteens, the motherfuckers. Like they follow just like that. They'll praise whoever their fucking megalomaniac is, then they can't talk shit about them. They can't, they just fall in line. They're really good at it.
This
So,
is the
like I said, Reagan was the first
Christianization,
one.
but
Now it's Trump. Now, dude, like those
for the
people.
most fucking hateful people you can fucking imagine. Like every last one of them, almost. Like, not, I mean, not every last one of them, but
Yeah, well, they're hateful
I'm
on
just
certain
joking.
things, in the sense of like. And the thing is, it's not even like hate, like per se. They've been tricked into thinking, like I said, like the Latinos are taking all your jobs and all your money. I always get so I can't. I love asking that question to people. How do people that work their whole lives and work their ass off? How do they get all the welfare? They're getting money for their work, right? Like you can't have both ways. You have to pick one or the other.
all right, dude, it would be just so nice to have somebody in that fucking room with those idiots, like actually telling them some shit that is obvious, like we're pointing out. Like, it's like throwing out all the fucking Latinos. No, that's not a fucking good idea. Not a good idea at all. People talk about underpopulation. People talk about a shrinking
Yeah,
workforce.
birth rate.
And,
Yeah. I
all
just
this-
looked.
yeah,
I
birth
just
rate,
looked it up.
like-
In America, every year for the next, I think, till 2034. So whatever that is, like what, 9 years. So next 9 years, they average about 4.1 million people are retiring a year. It's like 11,500 people a day are about to retire every single day because we're hitting the boomers, baby. The boomers are all retiring, man.
Yep.
And people don't
Good
realize, dude,
Lord.
we're fucked. And then like
We need these fucking people. Wake the fuck up.
at least some of them,
Jesus.
like, dude, like I said, obviously, like the criminals and that kind of shit. I mean, we're down with getting rid of them. But like, I always use, if Jorge's picking goddamn strawberries, man, just let him pick goddamn strawberries. Make it cheap for me to buy. Let him work
I mean,
his
I
ass
don't
off.
want them to. I don't want them to be paying or working for cheap ass wages.
Not necessarily, but everyone says they don't, but they also do too because they like the cheap cheap prices. It's a give and take. I agree, but like I said, if your food goes up $2 tomorrow, dude, everyone's gonna be pissed. Just the way it is,
Absolutely.
and that's a potential.
Well, that's also everyone's like. That's just because everyone wants to keep the prices low because the wages are low.
Yep.
If you took like all the illegal immigrants in this country and offered them like citizenship right now, all those workers,
Yep.
they would have the right to unionize. They would have the right to like organize with their workers, and certainly they would get paid a lot more than what they're getting paid now from getting paid under the table.
Yep.
So like, you would end up at the end of the day like raising wages just by doing that, which then you can obviously charge for more for goods. Like as
Yep.
the price of goods go up, if you start hiring Americans, as long as the wages of Americans keep up, then it's not really a problem. But the ownership class does not want that, so
No. Yeah,
they would prefer for us to not get better wages than to exploit that labor, and they're picking up all the gravy on the top.
When has trickle down economics ever worked? Like it just doesn't. Like when they get more money, they just keep more money. Like I don't know. Like I can't. I just fuck it. This is the way it is.
It baffles them all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I read. He was talking about 70 grand. I think 70 grand is cash you can spend. So I think it was like you need to make like $120,000 in America. If you make $120,000 a year, you're pretty much the same as somebody that makes like $1 million a year, pretty much. At least like on the happiness level and all that kind of shit. Like you say, you could buy everything you want, and you're pretty much safe. After that, everything else is just power, ego, whatever you want to call it. I have a yacht. You know why?
Even though they don't like care about like the richness of their being. They care about simply how many people look at them, how many people know their name.
Yeah, man.
That's existence. That's an enrichment of their existence for them. It's fucking so weird to me. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, again, you have to be some kind of megalomaniac in order to be in that situation. I always say, in order to be like a billionaire, you have to be the motherfucker that goes, "It's Christmas Eve and I'm gonna fire you." You know why? Because you suck. Like that's a cold-hearted bastard, man.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, as kids, we all watched the fucking Ebenezer Scrooge story. I mean, that's basically what it is, right? Elon Musk,
Yo,
these
Mice.
people like that are the Ebenezer Scrooge. They don't give a fuck. They'll do whatever they got to do to make another coin.
Conservatives are. I made the analogy of like conservatives being like the guy from Green Eggs and Ham that just always says no. You know, no, I do not like green eggs and ham.
Yep.
You know, like,
Yeah.
then they try it and they're like, oh, I do like green eggs.
Like I said though, like most of them never actually looked at any topic ever in depth.
I mean,
They look at
maybe
news
it's
articles.
not good for us to be referring to conservatives as retards that they might possibly come upon our videos, but yeah.
Depends if I want to argue and fight with them or not. Depends on the mood.
Depends if you're, yeah,
when you
picking a
what's the face
fight.
to come back.
What up?
One guy.
Oh yeah. that one.
Oh yeah, dude. This guy tried to fucking have a own. He says, "Oh, you Google things like it was a fucking own." Like
You a researcher?
you researcher and shit. It's like I don't. Yeah, I guess I read. Like like I research things. You're right. And try to use it as like a own. Like oh, you have to fucking use the internet to fucking get smart, don't you? Like I guess I do because that's where the answers are. I don't know what the fucking else to tell you.
Yep.
I'm
I
more
guess
baffled that you don't.
Find it within.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing about information. It's meant to be shared. Why would you not share it? Or, like,
Yeah.
spread that wealth or, the knowledge wealth,
Yeah. There's literally no thinking without others to spur your thinking or
Yeah.
express it to. We're a
It's like-
system. We're
You literally create.
Well,
distributed
You
systems.
think is to
cognitively.
literally create.
technically, yeah, I mean, I get to, like, the evolutionary, like, animalistic. Yeah, we're here to survive. I mean, that's it. As long as you fucking have a baby, you did better. Like on the evolutionary tree of life, the fucking homeless guy that has 8 kids is better than the macho man with 1 kid.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Like on evolution, that's the way it is.
Yep. Oh man. Don't have coffee creamer.
But no,
Drink a whole thing of coffee
That's-
creamer.
I mean the difference between us and obviously every animal, well, not almost every animal, is that we consciously think about like our past, future, everything. Like
Yeah, I wonder if animals even have a linear experience of time. Well, maybe like elephants and shit. Animals with like extra
memory,
memory.
obviously. So I mean they have concepts of like past. I wonder if they ever like actually sit back and reminisce, like. Like that.
Right.
Yesterday I missed that antelope because I jagged left when I should have jagged right. Maybe I should jag right today. Like
Well,
Yeah.
if we're able to figure out what like people are thinking from their brain activity, we could probably do the same thing with animals, right?
maybe.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
But well, it just gives you like images, right? So you get some kind of content. Maybe not what it's about, but yeah.
Mm.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Little birdie. He's quiet. Fucking close his cage. Or put the blanket over. What's our next topic?
Let me see if I go back to the news shit, see if anything popped up. Just drill, baby, drill, baby. Drill, baby, drill.
Good, clean coal.
I love that line.
God.
So stupidly funny.
Clean burning coal.
Nobody is more proud of being stupid than that man.
Yeah. I always say, like, I think we gotta figure out a way to get people not scared of scientists. Because I think if they weren't scared of scientists, I don't think they would be so anti-climate and anti-vax and anti-everything. Well, that's the problem. It's like, how do you get people to...
Well, science is very alienating, isn't it? Like, in a sense,
It's humbling to a normal motherfucker, because if if I think I'm smart, which I do, I think I'm pretty smart. But when I listen
Yeah,
to
you are.
smart people talk, I find out I'm stupid, and a lot of people they hate that. But I embrace it. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, I am stupid. Like,
everybody starts on the bottom. Everybody starts on the fucking bottom. That's it. Like everybody. I don't know. That's all it is. Everybody starts with a blank slate, and you go from there, and you find out. And from there, you just progressively find smarter and smarter people.
but even then, like, everyone's brain's different. You might
Or
be
no.
predisposed to being good at math or something, versus someone else. Like everyone has like
Yeah.
their own niche, and I get that. Like that's just not my niche, but I still am interested in it and try to learn as much as I can about those subjects, just because A, it's fun to just be smart and knowledgeable on them, and B, a lot of times it's just like I said, when we were learning about the fucking paradox the other day,
Russell's paradox.
Russell's,
and,
yeah, shit like that, yeah, dude.
Completeness theorems. And
Yeah, dude, it's like I said, I don't truly grasp it because I'm not a math dude like that, but it's still interesting and fucking fascinating to study and understand.
Yep.
And it just shows, like, even in math, dude, like, math is like I was showing, like, math is like speech. It's the same thing. Like, math can have contradictions and shit that show that, not everything you know will be right. Even if we know something's true, you can't prove it.
Oh, I would, like the universe is fundamentally logical. Like at least when it comes to like, it depends on how you look at it, right?
Like maybe the universe
Mhm.
itself, not our concept of it, maybe, but
Oh yeah. The universe and how it functions. Like it's just very logical. Except for when you go to
I mean,
way harder
honestly, I
reality.
guess if I were to think about the universe like that, it's just gravities. Like my gravity beats your gravity, so I'm gonna eventually pull you into me, and we're gonna become, one bigger fucking thing, and forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what it is.
System emergence. Yeah, it's fascinating, man.
It definitely is.
Consciousness and communication just goes from very simple to very complex and very wide where we are. Like, yeah, as it gets more complicated, intelligence encompasses more of the universe. Dude, so like there was this video or article that Mitch showed me on Facebook or whatever. Like space is expanding at different rates in different parts of the universe as opposed to being constant everywhere as previously assumed. So that's fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you ready for this? I just read this article. There's a lady. She's her Pamela Hemphill. She's a Jan 6er who is actually denying her pardon. She's gonna stay in jail because she's like, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to fucking erase this from history, but I'm not gonna allow them. She's like, we were wrong on that day and all this shit. She's like,
Wow.
She's like, I pleaded guilty because I was guilty, and accepting the pardon also would serve to contribute to their gaslighting and false narratives. I love this lady. She's my new hero.
Fantastic.
Mhm. She used to be known as Mega Granny on social media, but
God.
but she got in jail and fucking. The thing is, in jail
Good.
and deal with the court shit, they probably went through like all these details with her, and she found out like she is stupid. Like I was lied to and shit like that. Like
Yeah.
she probably did have like
She's
an
detached
epiphany
from her
moment.
info stream, right? Like there's no Fox News. I'm guessing in prison, there's no any of this bullshit. You get time to think. You get time to read. You talk to people.
Also, like I said, dude, when you're going through trial, dude, because they have to give you all the information, dude. Like when you could actually read the information, like the actual facts of the case and shit, dude, that's got to be hard, dude. If you actually take the time to read it, like as a person, just let your judge or your lawyer do all your work, because I'm one of those people. Anytime I ever deal with things, I read it myself just because I have to. I have to know. So I can see her doing that. Like I said, you're in jail for 4 or 5 years now. You're just going over your case and looking at all the things. You're like, fuck, dude. I was lied to and I was stupid and shit like
That's wild. I applaud her for having
Mhm.
humility, man. That's, dude, and
Mhm.
that's fuck. This woman
Like I said, this is
got herself out of a vortex.
this is one of my new
That's what it is.
heroes.
It's a vortex.
This is one of my new heroes. I gotta share this to Facebook and shit because people need to know about this bitch. Like,
Dude, what we truly need is an idea of objectivity, like throughout society. It needs to be an actual value, like just like freedom. Freedom is everywhere. Like everybody knows what freedom is. Everybody wants freedom, and it's partially because like it was so like proliferated as like a universal value. Like it's a free country. And yeah, we need to do the same for objectivity, reason, rationality, whatever word you want to use. You know, like
I think it's
all the-
interesting what
from-
you and Patrick talk about a bunch. I'm not really down with it as much, but you guys talk about the fucking how maybe we'll have to rely on like AI just to answer all these fucking questions.
I
Like,
think so.
You know, like
it's gonna be a measuring
ask
stick.
AI, like, what's the best way of
Amplifier.
having healthcare for 500 million people or whatever, pick a number, this GDP with this, what would be the most advantageous way to run a system? And maybe you just let them do it. I don't know.
One guy, Brian Wise, was saying that he thinks. Okay, so let me look at this infographic here. So, AGI, they call what is this? The artificial general intelligence, AGI, and it has these different levels here in the infographics channel. And he thinks we may have already achieved level 3, which is 90% of skilled adults. And yeah, there's like a general category, and then there's a narrow category. And we could have achieved level 3 on general, as far as we know or may not know. Dude, we don't know shit about AI. That's the thing. It's a runaway fucking machine at this point. It
Could be.
It's
I mean,
wild.
there's always a possibility. I tend to lean that it's not going to
Can't
be just
contain it
because humans are always. I try to remind myself humans are always scared of technology getting better, and it's never
Yeah.
been bad before. So evidence shows that it probably won't be bad this time. But again, it's not. It's a not zero. It's not a 0% chance. But maybe to me it'll be like a 5% chance. I don't think it'll happen, but it could.
Well, I
So
think
many
the thing with
factors.
AI is like that I always ask around about it is like from a like technological standpoint, like I don't really have too much of a problem like with us learning any of that stuff. But in terms of like integration into society, the question becomes like what's the value added, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if let's say like if we replace like all servers, all waiters, and all of that staff with AI robots, right? If you can get those little like cat things, that deliver your ramen or whatever
Mhm.
on little carts, if you can do that for everything, right? And you no longer need to employ those people, the question becomes where do they go and what is it? How do they not just lose their jobs and enter immediately into the unemployment line? And like the dangerous part of AI, I think, is there's no societal ownership to any
Exactly.
like to a lot of the generative models and a lot of the like a lot of the people like Google who's making all of their like AI programs. They're not sharing any of that information with the rest of us. They're just going to profit off of
It
the
should be
use of
nationalized, I think.
it
should be
should. No,
nationalized.
absolutely. Because it's going to fundamentally change our society. I always think about did you guys ever watch The Animatrix at all?
I mean, maybe not.
I don't think so. Animatrix.
So it was a collection. So it's a collection. I want to say it's like maybe an hour and a half, but it's a collection of short films that basically like kind of build out the world of the Matrix. But there's a 2-part like short movie in there called I think it's like the history of I forget what it is, but it's basically telling the story of how the robots come to get to the point that they're at in the first Matrix. And a lot of that is the first beginnings of it is we lived in kind of a society where a lot of the menial tasks, so your janitors, your trash disposal employment, your waiters, your cooks, all of that was all automated by machines. And eventually, as AI continued to develop, the machines grow like sentience and begin to desire for freedom for everything else. And then, so on and so forth. The war happens. They black out the sky. Everything else, that's all the fiction of it.
I wonder
But-
if desire will even be a thing to develop. Just sorry to go ahead.
No. And like that's kind of like it seems like that was they don't like get into the science of it, obviously. They just get into kind of like the socio-politics of it. Because eventually the humans decide, okay, we're just gonna like genocide all these robots. But eventually they make it to I think like some area out in like the middle of the desert in like Africa and create like a utopia that eventually usurps like world power because they're so efficient. But point of all of that being like eventually we're going to get there. Like it's going to advance to a certain point, one would hope. But I just get concerned because the question of like where does everybody, there are a lot of people doing what's thought of as redundant labor, but like we're people, we grow societies made up of people, so we need people to do things in society. I just, and a lot of like tech guys and the ethos around like the tech boom that we see is this inhumane like desire for efficiency and the lack of redundancies. And I just think we are a species built on redundancies. If you could build a society where everyone was working for a good wage, even if it's like, oh yeah, we could be more efficient. If more efficiency gets us more unemployment, more what's the word I'm looking for? More wealth disparity, then why would I even want this? What's the value add to that?
When efficiency becomes our primary principle over like things that
Well-being.
we become efficient for, then yeah, like well-being and fucking save time to fucking do things with our children and fucking friends or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If,
Goes back to
if
mental health.
efficiency is our primary guiding principle, that fucking dehumanizes everything. Like it's alienating.
Yeah. You go to, if you go to like rural counties, like there aren't jobs because a lot of technology has made a lot of that work redundant. But then like you look at the young kids in those areas and what do? They just fuck around and do drugs and don't
help
have anything to
society.
fucking do.
Yep.
Yeah, because they don't have a place anymore, even to do redundant work. Because there's always going to be people who do that. Like a vast majority of people do redundant work, but it's good, honest work.
Yep.
And it's better like we were talking earlier about like the self checkouts. I like as much as it's like redundant to go to the individual like
Teller.
cashier, like at this point I miss going to cashiers and having small talk, and we've isolated ourselves by like giving the option to just not have to talk to anybody. You can go to the store and you never have to interact with anybody. You can get your stuff, you can put your AirPods in, you can never speak to anybody, you can go to a self checkout, you can get out and you never have to talk to anybody. And it's antisocial, and it's leading to like a lot of the loneliness that we see now, which causes
nobody
a
wants
ton
to
of
be
problems.
disconnected. But like in our disconnection, we have generated images of others through media and other things, like all these different new labels, and we are very cynical, and I like to say there's a subjective miasma that we live in, and yeah, like it's a fucking self-sustaining negative cycle, or what's the right word for that? Yeah, basically, right? Like nobody, like this disconnection is something that nobody wants.
I think
But
we
it's
are though, dude. Honestly,
led
we're starting
to-
to become isolated as fuck, dude. Like you're saying, like you could order Uber Eats, the person will just drop it off the door. You technically never have to see them because you already tipped them
Yeah.
on your card. Like you're saying, you got self checkouts. You don't got to talk to nobody. You could fucking pretty much everything, dude. Like even like now, at least we're like doing webcam shit. But in general, like we could just talk in no faces, just talking online. Playing video games. You talk to people, but you never see them. You never actually hung out with them or anything. Like we are starting to slowly get our world to like just like your house, like wherever you live. I live here, and you probably don't move. You don't leave your house. You don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
if it wasn't for work, how many people would actually leave their house? Maybe like 3 times a week or 3 times a month, maybe 4 times a month. But
Yeah.
you work, so you leave your house all the time. So it makes you to go be part of society. Go, find out what your neighbors like, what your fucking coworkers like, how's their day, and shit like that. Like you're saying, small talk's kind of important, dude. It keeps you socialized, so you don't act like one of those weird fucks that don't know what they're doing when they actually
It's a
meet
feedback
somebody.
loop, though. It just the more we don't talk to each other, the more we
Isolate
the
ourselves.
conditions for not wanting to talk to each other
Yep.
emerge. Like oh, this person's weird. They don't like the things I like, so
Yep.
why should I talk to them? Like that's
how
And that goes
is.
back to the echo chambers. We are literally making self bubbles, in our own ways. That's why, like, I can't wait to talk to the other dude because I want to talk to people that are not my bubble sometimes too, just to fucking broaden myself in general. Like, because it's probably never good just to talk to. Like I was saying, you should never have just yes men around you all the time. That nothing good comes from just having yes men. And that's what sucks about like with Trump shit in general right now too. It's all yes men, but like just in life in general, like if your girlfriend always said yes to you, it's probably a bad thing. If you're fucking, if you're the boss and you say yes to all your employees about everything, it's probably not good. Like you have to have some kind of
Doesn't lead anywhere. It's just-
structure. You got to have some kind of fucking.
there
I
needs
don't
to be some kind of like adversity or like disagreement. Otherwise,
Mhm.
there's no
You
There's no
can't grow.
development.
Yeah,
There's
you
no
can't
development.
grow.
like all development is like dialectical, which is dialect.
Mhm.
To speak. It's
Or even
always
even like
information
science
really.
and shit. Like good science is supposed to be questioned, but obviously by scientists and stuff, people that are smart. But like, you're never supposed to take anything until it's been like proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Like
Mhm.
I was thinking that one book, it was like 100 scientists against Einstein. He's like, why do you need 100? You only needed one. Like.
Yeah.
But again, the whole thing is he was smart as fuck and everyone knew it, but there's still 100 people like, I don't believe you.
You see,
And that's good, though. You need
Einstein
that.
wasn't trying to be like the greatest or anything. He was just fucking curious as shit, and he found a way to, just pursue that on his own, detached from, what others wanted of him. I
Yeah.
would say, in a sense. I mean, maybe there was a competitive aspect to it, but he was just going where his fucking mind
Well, I
took
mean,
him.
we're all competitive to an extent, obviously.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, you can like the motivation to understand the universe within one's own lifetime, like, is in itself motivating, I think. So,
hmm
like even like with the polymath channel, like I'll notice people say things certain ways, and it's like, okay, they sound way smarter than me, but like they just speak a different way. Like they weave through the
For sure.
structure of reality in a different way.
yeah,
Like
dude.
the terms you use are so important.
Dude, how about
Like,
this?
what you're
Think about,
thinking.
remember how Obama talked? Right? How
Yeah,
elegant and
yeah.
smooth and shit. Now listen to Trump talk.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
exactly.
they're completely different. Like, yeah, some people are just have that natural charisma and fucking know how to use the good words at the right time and just hand gestures or whatever the fuck it is. Like, some people just have it, dude. It comes natural to them. I guarantee you, Trump was never one of those natural people. He had to fucking learn how to do.
Well, it's bullshitting. That's his style. Is bullshitting. Like let's.
I know, but I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. I'm
confuse
not talking about the words like that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like just like the mannerism, the
the
fucking.
gravitas. or
Yeah, I'm
whatever.
saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying like when
Obama had a.
Obama could grab a room. I'm saying everyone listened and everyone laughed at his jokes exactly the right time. Like he just knew how to hold people like that.
What? There's a word for that. Fuck.
It's
Called charisma.
No, not gravitas. I wouldn't even say he had gravitas, but there's a fucking perfect word for it, but it concerns like the character, like the certain, the flow and the, I don't know, of speech,
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah, he had that, absolutely. There was a certain way he made you think, kind of, or like he implied a certain significance or like whatever to what he was talking about.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like everyone has one friend that that just goes anywhere, and people gravitate towards them because their personality or the way they talk and deal with people. Like I'm saying, everybody has at least one person they know that you go to a bar with them, everybody loves them within like 5 minutes.
Yep.
Yep. That's the
absolutely.
same. Like the Obama. I mean, who else? I mean, JFK. I mean, I'd even give Reagan was a good speaker. People loved when he talked. Like just there's some people that just know how to hold a room and just make it submit to their will, basically. Like, no, this is how it's going down. We're gonna talk like this and act like this, and everyone just fucking listens.
Yep. I almost had the word.
Almost had the word. I don't know.
Fuck you, Mitch.
Yeah,
See
Mitch,
you.
what are you
Let's see your
playing?
face.
Path of Exile 2.
Path of Exile.
Yes.
What class you playing?
Yeah,
What level
I
are
can
you?
run it. Hunter, I think I'm 6th. No,
You're
7.
playing. You're playing what?
I'm a ranger.
Oh, okay. I think they changed a lot of shit in there. A lot of the class
yeah.
stuff. And like the gems.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a hunter when I can.
On your character. Yeah, I don't even know how many
There's,
like subclasses or whatever they have.
oh yeah, there's still not a lot in here yet compared to what they're all gonna add.
Oh, what else we got, boys?
Brandon, I got a video that we have to watch someday, pretty here soon. You'll find it interesting. It was basically about AI is basically God. Or
Yep.
like the simulation, basically. Like if you had a guy who simulated this world, they would be like omnipresent, omni this, you know, without he doesn't have to be good. And he doesn't have to be like a moral person or anything. Just could be any person, you know, like the smartest person in whatever year that made simulations, you know, easy or whatever. You know what I'm calling?
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty interesting conversation. And he's like, oh, I'm not saying it's high. It's like a 30% chance, but it keeps going up the more I learn about AI and all this shit, is like in simulation theory and all this stuff. He's like, it probably started like 5% reality. Now it keeps going up and up and up and up, you know, like
for this being a simulation or AI
Yes.
like turning into a god? Oh, for the
no,
I think it's
even
I don't
this,
know.
Even this.
See,
Because
I think every universe has a simulation like structure, I think. So that's what's kind of weird. So
yep. So he'd be
I don't know.
so like you said, it's like if there is a being, let's say like 2,000 years from now, that can make, you know, like Sim City, like we're in it, right? What are the odds that you're in the original place or the simulation?
Yeah.
You know, when there's infinite amount of simulations, what are the odds that you're on the original one?
I mean, I'm fine if this is a simulation. I'll be honest. Like, I don't
I don't
as long
care
as I'm
either.
not like the only fucking thing in existence, I don't fucking care. Like, as long as you're real and you know all of you guys are real, like,
Yep.
and we're all participating in the same thing, like that's fine.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry.
It's the
about
same
that.
thing.
I'm not worried. It's out of your
literally
control
like
anyways. Even if
even
it
if
is
it's-
real, what are you gonna do?
even if this is a simulation, it's basically like a universe. It's just it's just made somewhere else. It's made of
Yep.
other things, you know, like, and like there's the idea of like it from bit, I think, from like fucking information theory or something. And shit, like that principle would probably apply to principle or simulations or physical reality. I don't know. Well, we'll probably be able to figure it out, I think. Really. Otherwise, like, then there's, if you think about like maybe scientific or you know like physical structures as we discover them didn't technically exist before we discovered them. Like maybe what if quantum wasn't real or didn't like exist, quote unquote, before we, you know, discovered the atom and all that shit, you know? Like what if it's just being generated
who
by the
knows?
universe or simulation?
It's one of those
Yeah.
things. Is math always true or is it man-made? Who knows? I mean, there's no real right answer. There's no concrete answer, but it's the same as, you know, the tree falls in the wood. Nobody's there to hear it. Does it make noise?
Yeah.
Yeah and no. You know, it's yes and no. It does make noise. Nobody hears it, so nobody cares.
Nobody knows.
Yeah,
that it
pretty much,
happened,
yeah.
right? That's all it is.
You know,
Well, that comes in, you know, it's just like superposition and shit, you know, like
hmm
that tree would probably be in superposition relative to us. Well, there would be other measuring things there, so it would happen, but yeah. 'Cause
yeah.
we're not the only measuring agents or whatever in existence.
Most likely not. Technically,
Well,
we have no evidence, but I'm talking about
Well,
aliens, but yeah.
You would think like atoms, and well, we gotta think about like what all can measure, a wave function or whatever. Measure a wave. Measure the speed or fucking position. You gotta figure atoms probably do, or well, atoms are technically in superposition, I think too. So
They
how we
are.
measure them. So it's fucking weird.
Here's some good news, though, in a way. I was reading Auschwitz survivors. There's going to be 50 survivors going back to Auschwitz this week for the
No,
anniversary of it being liberated 80 years ago.
damn.
So it's good news.
Yeah, that's cute. Yeah.
50 fucking survivors left from that place. They're probably all babies.
Who the fuck would want to go back there?
I get, because it is a big ordeal. I mean, I get it. It might give you PTSD or something. I wouldn't be surprised, but
Well, I mean, I guess it's good to remember that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah, you don't want it to be
Yeah.
lost in history. Like, we should remember the fucking tragedy and shit. How about this? If we ever get to like the fucking actual, like I said, the concentration with the immigration people, that's what it could be like here, dude. We should remember that because it could happen again.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what's been on TV recently since Trump got elected. Like, do they have like Schindler's List and all this shit on there to try to get people to not be fucking bigots? I don't know.
Who knows?
I have no idea. I don't watch TV.
I haven't watched actual TV in fucking so long.
Yeah, I haven't.
I kind of miss that though, just chilling, but I just can't. I can't
Mhm.
fucking sit still long enough. It feels like a waste of time.
When you can learn or do something right now, yeah.
Yeah, like I can think, I can fucking read, I can do whatever. It's all more productive for me, I guess.
Oh, stupid. 2 days ago, Supreme Court to hear fight over bid to launch first publicly funded religious school.
Fucking hell.
A religious charter school. Where is this?
Probably in Alabama or Mississippi.
I would have guessed too, but hold on.
Might be in Oklahoma.
Well, here, dispute over the proposed Saint Isidore of Seville Catholic Ritual School, which would serve students online through a state while maintaining its remit to promote Catholic. Where the fuck? It is Oklahoma. The justice will review an Oklahoma Supreme Court ruling that said the proposed violated both the state and federal constitution. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, that's stupid.
It's a color machine.
Brandon, today I was arguing with some dude about some shit, right? And he said I can't remember what he said, honestly, some stupid shit. He said, he's like, in the Constitution, it says you have the right to overthrow your government if it's being tyrannical. I was like, bro, I'll bet you $1,000 to one that you can't fucking show me that anywhere in the goddamn Constitution, because that's motherfucking in the goddamn Declaration of Independence, which has no laws or nothing into it, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? And then he blocked me because I was like, dude, I will give you $1,000 right now, but you can't prove it.
That's hilarious.
It was. I thought it was pretty fucking funny.
Oh man. I feel like, yeah, I gotta work on my way of talking to people because, dude, I get pissed off and I just talk to people like shit. It's
Once in a while I do that, but I try not to.
because
some-
I just
After a while, it's about after like the sixth time of you being at bad faith. It's not like I said. If I show you a graph that goes up and you tell me it's going down without supplying me a different kind of graph or something to say the opposite of what I'm saying, and you do, like I said, like 4 or 5 times, like, dude, what the fuck, dude? Then I start getting pissed.
Yep.
Like I said, my new thing is I just try to make people own their positions. Like I said, when I argue shit and they argue me, I'm like, oh, so you're literally saying this, and this is counter opposite what I'm saying, and you're saying you're for that, right? I want you to publicly state it to everybody on Facebook world or whatever that you, like I said, the last one was that dude, like you support a fucking drug dealer, the biggest one in the country for 2 years. I want you to tell me you support that out loud. Tell everyone you love drugs and that you love murder for hire and you love fucking all this shit. Like, just Let everyone know, please. That's a great. You know, like the Republican people saying fucking. Elon Musk didn't do the fucking Nazi symbol or whatever. You know, the Nazi salute and shit. You know, this guy's like, yeah, you know what? All the people that say they don't think it's that bad. He's like, go tell them to do it at work tomorrow. Go to work tomorrow and do that same arm motion at work tomorrow. Because you
See what
won't.
happens.
Because you won't.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you know that's a fucking Nazi
You
sign.
won't- Yep, you don't have a job.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you won't because you know that everyone's gonna be like, you're a fucking Nazi, dude. You know,
Yep.
just you know,
Yeah.
like that's my favorite comeback for that bullshit. It's like, yeah, go do it. Go out in public right now and do what Elon Musk just did.
There's really no other way. It's like I don't know why the fuck AOC did it, or like I don't know what fucking hand gesture she was making.
They're
or-
just talking. When you do this, like when you're talking, and if I take a still frame, dude, I'm gonna catch you
That's
looking
all
like
it
it.
was.
Yeah. That's why I always tell people, like,
Hilarious.
when people show me all those pictures, I'm like, okay, cool. Can you show me the
Happens
video?
all the time.
Can you show me the video of it? Because I bet you, like, a lot of times I'm like, I'm talking here, like, the economy was here, and now it's up here. You know, like, you can do a lot of things that make it look like your arms are, you know, like, in a picture. I'm saying it's a picture. Now show me the video. And then
People
I mean, at
don't
the end of the day,
understand
like he was
ideology.
communicating to somebody,
he
and
definitely
it's
was.
like, and they all just they like,
Dog
you know, they all do like but you know, he was really just. It's like, come on, like we all know, like we all know to not do that hand gesture and to not like do that. He's just memeing and he's communicating to the people he needs to communicate.
True.
The dog, it's called a dog whistle for a reason.
It is.
Mhm.
I know. I'm just saying, but people, I just think it's funny when people fucking try to argue that it's not. And like I said, that's always my comeback. It's like, well, you go to your work or go out in public right now and do the same thing. Do it, please. I want to watch you. I'll film it. You know, like,
I only do it to the megas, but it's with the left arm though. And I tell them to seek Heil in hell. Make sure that people can hear it. Like, I am done being polite. It's like, nope, if you're wearing MAGA shit, I will fucking call you out.
yeah, dude.
It's like Corey posted that quote, make them be afraid of Nazis, because pretty soon it'll be afraid not to be a Nazi. It's like, you call them
Absolutely.
out?
Yep. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. It needs to be dangerous to be a fucking Nazi. I don't know. Like Wally said, I do think we do know better. It's yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like I
But-
said, it's a cult. It's
If it happens slowly, that's the only problem. Like how long did it take for,
8 years.
Hitler?
Yeah, about 8. Well, to fully take power, he probably started like in the 20, like in
Like
25, 26, and he didn't get power till 33-ish, 34. And then the Nazi
When they
shit
start-
started like in 38, 39.
Yeah. See, like that took a long time, and obviously, he was anti-Jewish for a
Yeah.
long time.
But like I said, he only, so like from him having power to all the World War shit was about 5-6 years. It wasn't that long. Like once he got the power, it took him about 10 years to get the power. And then once he got it, it took about 5-6 years for him to turn the world upside down.
We just cannot allow it to be normal. We cannot allow these people to gain.
That
any
is the
kind of
thing.
legitimacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where we're at now. We're at some midway point, like potentially between. Well, I don't know, like the mass deportation. Like that's what else can you fucking even call that? Like you're gonna be putting these people in the camps.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's gonna end up happening.
If they
Like,
do
it's
like that, like I fear, like I said, if they want to just get rid of the criminals and shit, I'm all down for that. But
Yeah.
like I said, once they start taking kids out of fucking class or whatever the fuck, like that kind of shit, dude. Oh my god, dude. I cannot believe people would see like videos of that and not
So like
stomach
child
churning.
trafficking and what's the fentanyl? That's like the ultimate pretext, right?
Yeah,
But
I mean,
if you're just gathering everybody, like, come on, man.
well, again, it comes down to like, again, you're talking about we were talking about merit-based shit earlier, right? Well, that's all they're thinking is it's merit-based. Well, the guy that fucking sells drugs, they don't have no merit to be here. But the person, like I said, that's picking your fucking your food or fucking doing your roof tonight or whatever the fuck you like, that's merit-based. That person probably does deserve to be here. They've earned a spot in America because they worked their ass off to be here. They're not being the lazy. Like I said, if you're being the lazy piece of shit, maybe even then, maybe, but still, it's still fucked up. Yeah, I wouldn't allow it just because it's not advantageous for us, but still. But,
Yep.
but yeah, just fucking I don't know. I try to tend to be just like liberal. I always say in the classic sense, like people should have the right to do whatever the fuck they want, unless it's
Yeah,
affecting me or like
yeah.
society in
Causing ill
general.
will.
Yeah, man. I mean, do you,
Yeah, I'm
man?
the same way. Yeah, I'm the guy. I don't care as long as you don't cause ill will.
Yeah, man.
Just one of the core tenets of the Satanic Temple.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just humanists, basically, to the max.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You
Right.
know?
That's when
Well.
I started really hating the Republicans when they repealed Roe versus Wade. I'm like, nope, done.
Silly.
I don't know. We get to collectivism through a sort of like pragmatic approach to or within individualism, I would say.
Yeah.
You know, like because we need others. It's selfish to fucking take care of others. The same, you know.
Yeah.
It make
How about like
if
people
living in a
people hate
stronger
this
world.
people hate the
That's-
state and the government stuff, but like you just said with taking care of others. When people get old, how many kids stay with their parents and take care of them their whole, like while they're old and wipe their ass and all that shit? You usually put that to like old folks homes and shit like that. Like we kind of we push it off on other people. We do that with quite a bit of things. We're like in principles, like we say we're for helping and doing all these cool things, but like when it comes time to actually do it, people push it off.
Mhm.
You
Yep,
know?
Yep. I
So I'm
agree,
saying like
yep.
a lot of Republican people, like I said, they're against government handouts and this and this and this, but it's like, you know, are you taking care of that one your grandma that's fucking 100% like brain dead or whatever, you know, fucking paralyzed from the hip down? Are you taking care of her? No, I bet you're letting the state take care of her, right?
Mhm.
Less burdensome on you, you know. So like you do rely on the state, and you do like the state only when it benefits you personally, not the people as a whole. You know, like I guarantee you, if a Republican person loses their job and shit, they'll go on welfare. They'll go on fucking
Oh yeah.
whatever it's called, unemployment and shit. First, just like anyone else, but they'll be the ones talking shit about it when they have a job, or you know, like they won't understand like the reasoning when they're not on it. Like, oh, this is stupid. They're just getting fucking free shit and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, you were on it for like 2 months, 3 months, whatever the fuck, you know, like.
Yeah.
Oh, I was fine. I got it for good reasons. They didn't. Like, no, you got it for the exact same reason.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm,
like, I mean, I'm not naive. Like, I do know that people do smooch out the government and shit. Like, it does
Oh,
happen.
yeah.
It's just, but it's not as much as people think. That's what I try to preface. Like,
No, it wasn't like 8% of people or something.
yeah, it was like
that are
8 to
poor.
12%. Yeah, it was very
Yeah,
small.
it's really low.
Yeah, it's just like,
And most of it is probably just people illegally selling their food stamps mainly.
yeah, for sure.
I would
For
imagine
drugs.
since that's the most
Yeah.
common thing. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if I want a bag of weed, I got $50 in fucking goddamn food stamps. I'm gonna go trade for money and go buy weed. You know.
Yep. Traded munchies for weed.
I mean, when I was in college, I had a homie that we did that all the time. He'd be like, I got this for Walmart. Do you want to fucking buy it? You know, I can buy weed. I'm like, cool. I don't give a fuck. Sure. I was a poor college kid. I'll take your money.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, one of those. I'll give you 50 for 30. Cool.
yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was about. God
Yep.
damn it, my intelligence is still at 13.
Doge.
Fucking Doge.
I was reading this article about immigration. They Doge said that immigrants cost us $150 billion a year.
Okay, but they don't fucking include.
They
Their
never do.
economic
Yeah, I looked it up.
contribution.
They was-
How do they even calculate that? What
they're
does
all
that even-
estimates. I mean, obviously they're estimates. Same as even like I said, they estimate that they spent $100 billion in taxes in 2022.
How transparent
on-
is Doge supposed to be? By the way, sorry.
How transparent?
Yeah, like
I don't know. I would assume. I mean, the
thing
way
that they
Trump
cut-
talks about everything, you would think it's supposed to be perfectly transparent, right? I mean,
Right. Yeah.
who knows how it's actually gonna happen? I don't
It
fucking
has
know.
to be called out if it's not fucking transparent. Like, what are they cutting? You know, like we need to know that shit. We need to know.
I mean,
exactly,
yeah.
like-
I mean, like I said, that was the idea of them. That was the whole point. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to put on X like that same day. You know, like, oh, we're gonna cut this. Here's why, and you're supposed to link get all the articles. Like, that's the idea. We'll see if it plays out the way they say.
You know what Josh was saying. I think that's your name.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I realize I don't think we ever did introductions.
No.
Yeah. I'm Brandon. My name's Gong Show on here because whatever. It's my World of Warcraft thing. I'll change. I should just change that for this channel. Actually.
Mm,
And I'm Mitch.
I'm Wally.
Why, hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Greetings, adventurer.
But yeah.
Hail.
See, like the whole Doge thing. I was trying to tell people, like, how many new senators, congressmen, whatever, right, got into office running on, I'm gonna go line by line by each bill and cut out everything that's wasteful, right? And none of them done it. I always kind of feel like maybe it's as efficient as it can get. You know, it might not be perfect, but maybe it's as good as we can possibly make it. Like, again, is this not even an option? Like, you know, to think about, you know?
That's something we do have to look at because, like, how many different, like, I don't know, laws and bills have been put into place, and how many different, like, I don't know, like, there's so many things to look at. Like, how many things are actually
Correct.
written,
That's
you
what that's
know,
what
like,
that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, dude, there's so many bills from like the 1800s they have to think about. There's so many bills from, you know,
mhm,
all these things, and you have to make sure they all work in unison. I'm saying, like, maybe it's just as good as it gets. Maybe it's not perfect. I'm not saying it is, but
maybe.
you know, like, because like I said, I don't know. I just feel like almost every 2 to 4 years you always hear about, I'm gonna do this, and nothing ever happens. And when you're first there is usually when you're the fucking most greenhorn. You're like, I'm gonna try to change everything, and you find out you can't. You know, because it's just the way it is.
Yep. Oh, what was I thinking, man? I don't know.
You ever?
Uh,
Do I ever think? No. I only think when I write. It's weird. I do
when
my
the
best
brain is
thinking when I'm
moving.
writing. Yeah, that's when it. Yeah, my vocabulary is like 50% of what it is when I write. You know, when I speak.
maybe because you
I
have
think
more
I'm
time
like-
to think.
Dude, it
Probably,
just
yeah.
flows better. It just flows better. Like it literally just flows. Like it's so weird. Just like a different schema, completely different. A schema, you know what a schema is? It's just connection between.
I actually don't.
ideas.
What is that?
Well, it's just like a connection between ideas, essentially, like or like
Oh,
a
okay.
fucking like framework or whatever. It's a, you know, it's like brain connections. You know, like modes of constructing information or whatever. I would say something like that.
Interesting.
Just like the way you get from one idea or like word or concept to another. You know, you connect things. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So like if you imagine like something of like a, how do I describe this? Like a mapping of ideas, you know, like it branches off, you know, like there's like nested schema, like schemata is schema plural. So like there's like nested schemata, and then like you connect it all. It's yeah. So
Oh, okay. I'm like, I like Googled it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
that'd be better.
okay. Interesting.
Go. I think I don't know if it precedes Immanuel Kant, the notion of a schema, but I would say that was probably the most fucking prominent construction of the idea, conceptualization, concepts, schemata.
Well, I just read that more than a dozen cats died of bird flu like 2 days ago.
Really?
That's bad.
That it, also because it's could go into mammals now. Obviously, that's another bad thing, like viral
Yeah.
wise. Happened in California, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington State.
Great. Remind me to stay home for the next week. I actually think I'm home a lot of the week. Oh no.
But it
I'm
says,
not.
yeah, it was in the
I have-
pet food. So I mean, it's not like it could literally be. I don't know what pet. They're not sure what food exactly it was, but
Naturally.
all right, some version of fucking.
Didn't Trump tell? Didn't Trump like tell like the NIH or whatever to like stop reporting to like go dark until the 1st
Yeah,
or some bullshit?
yeah. I don't know who this
My,
CBS News Health that reported this. I don't know.
Can't wait for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
do we think we're getting another pandemic? And how bad do we
Yeah.
think it's gonna get?
Oh,
If it's
we got
under
Trump
if it's
again.
under Trump, yeah, it's gonna happen again. And the thing
You think
is
within the okay, first year, second year, third year. I think there's like no chance we get to the fourth year without it.
I'm thinking third.
You know,
Honestly,
Watching-
I wouldn't.
watching this
I'm not gonna be.
now,
I'm
it's
not
like,
gonna be
okay.
surprised if bird flu comes back, like for comes to us for real. And then honestly,
Yeah.
what was the other thing? I was reading something about like how because RFK doesn't want us having fucking milk, pasteurized milk, and there's something going through cows.
milk.
There's something going through cows right now where like if we drink that milk, there's a chance that we could fucking get sick from it. Like, do people not think like?
Oh, he's pushing raw milk. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's something going on with these cows. Like, there's some disease or something. They're saying like, now think about it. You squeeze this cow out when it has this disease.
Mhm.
You don't pasteurize it. Don't fucking clean and chemically. What do you think happens when you drink that milk now? And I'll think about that happening for the next 4 years. Like, what are the odds of you not getting sick now?
Yeah, I think at this point I'm just like, yeah, we're definitely.
It'd be karma, dude. And then like these people's idiocy would get them killed again, and also fucking
That's the
people that
thing.
don't fucking deserve to die.
Yeah, we need a
That's
fucking.
the fucking thing.
It's fucked up, but like, we need a fucking disease that kills like 20% of the population or whatever, and so we know who doesn't take shots and shit. Like, oh, you're anti-vax? Good.
I wonder how they're working on like a bird flu vax, or if they even are. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course
I
they
hope
are.
they are.
Well, I'm saying,
wonder
well,
what
the thing is,
product
it just became, it just got put into a mammal. So now I bet they have like where they could actually start doing it. Because until it hits a mammal's bloodstream or whatever the fuck, I guess how would you know how it's going to react? I
Right.
guess I'm not a scientist, so I'm not super smart like that. But just thinking about it, it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
No, they're gonna let it ravage through the population.
well, again,
because
they'll do what they did last time. They'll lie about it for like
down
a
our
month or two and
great
say that
business.
it's not even a real thing, and it's no. Like I told you guys, Josh, have you seen that? Have you seen the movie Don't Look Up?
Yeah, it was okay.
It was
Wasn't my
okay,
favorite,
but
it was
but it was an allegory basically of climate change. How we see it coming, we don't stop it, right? That's like what we do now in America. We see problems coming from a mile away, and we know how to fix them. What we should start working on to do, but we just don't fucking do it. Like
Nope.
it's all about profit margin or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
We are
that
fucking
movie. I don't know how to
stupid.
feel about that movie. I feel like its message I was fine with. I wish it was a better actual movie.
Yeah, I get
By
that.
the time I got done with it, I was like, I wish that was a better film.
I didn't like. Well, they try to like. I didn't like Jonah Hill and fucking Meryl Streep's characters, like the president and the kid.
It's a little, yeah. The problem is it was too like on the nose, I think,
Yeah.
and it wasn't like, I don't know. That's like a whole like film review conversation.
That's all right. They haven't
Yeah,
seen it,
that's like
so
one
they
of
don't. They don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I don't care.
No.
You guys can.
But in
Yeah.
general, but yeah.
No.
Well, it's just I just like. I mean, like you said, it's on the nose, but like.
kind of sorry. I just want to let you guys know. So it's 11:17. My heart out's like 11:30.
That's all right. I gotta
Just,
go to bed. I gotta work tomorrow morning, anyways. So I mean, I probably
Yeah.
got like 45 minutes at most, anyways.
Where the fuck did I type this shit? Oh, when I fucking banged my keyboard. In chat. Yeah. I'm good to go to bed whenever, motherfuckers. Well, not
Drill,
bad,
baby.
probably.
Drill, baby, drill.
Coffee, like an idiot.
Yeah, I think Democrats. I think what would help them too, because people are stupid, especially on their side. We need to get better at like 3-5 word phrases. The whole fucking build the wall, drill, baby, drill. Just
right. Yeah.
short, simple, because people are stupid. I think that also helps Republicans are just you give them a question like, "Hey, what about this complex issue?" Drill, baby, drill. Like, really? That's your answer? 3 fucking words of this complex, fucking nuanced question is whatever, you know? Build the wall. What should we do about immigration? Build the wall. Like, oh, okay. That's it? That's the only thing we could think of? Okay.
Yep, it's all attitude, no reason.
Like I said, I think the
totally
left needs to get better at being like, I don't know,
Yeah.
like let them in, or I don't know, come up with like little stupid phrases like that, like short, simple. It's dummy proof, where every dummy knows exactly what the fuck you mean and what you're saying.
Come and work.
right?
Come and work.
Come and work,
I don't know.
right? Build our economy. Oh yeah, I was reading.
Join the fucking, I don't know.
So I was
join the
reading this
union.
article about it. So for
Yeah,
every,
it all, for Bernie, it was Medicare for all. Like,
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I read an article. So for every 0.2% that the GDP raises, and estimated illegal immigrants bring in about 1.6%. So every 2% is about $65 billion in GDP.
Okay, yeah.
They help build the economy. So like, yeah, like there's things like that could show you net positive to what they do for people that want to.
I think it is. Yeah, they are like a net positive.
yeah, I mean, they're literally performing labor at a like
Discount.
absurdly discounted price
Yeah.
without like a absurd reduction in cost.
Yep. And then any tax they pay, I mean, besides like the welfare shit, they don't get to collect. They're not getting Social Security when they retire. They don't get fucking.
Yeah.
They don't even get their like the W-2 fucking every year your personal income tax. You know, they don't get to claim that. Or else that would show you they're illegal. You know, like there's so many things that they miss out on and they pay into at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, like my whole point is that this is a very big nuanced topic, and then they go build the wall. Like, oh, thank you, bro. I needed to know that. You know, like just so simple.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you can't actually make these people answer questions. You can't make them think.
Not with nuance, like I said. It's
No.
if it gets outside of like, if the conversation usually goes within more than like 3 sentences on a fucking, if you're typing it, it's lost.
Right,
They
yeah.
have no understanding what the fuck you're saying. They're like, oh, okay, you're using this word, like, bro, it's a word that people use all the time in this political speech or whatever the fuck it is. You know, like, it's not hard, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Yep.
Well, again, if you don't really know, dude, I always say Google's fucking right there on your phone, bro. Just type it in your phone, and I bet you can figure out what the fuck it means or whatever it is, you
If
know,
you literally do not use Google to fucking, like,
or at least DuckDuckGo or
learn
something.
what
Something.
a word means, like a new word that you fucking encounter, like, you're just not trying. You're not fucking trying. And the more you fucking Google these words, like, you're gonna run out of words to Google eventually. You're gonna fucking, well, not eventually. Well,
But
maybe.
I don't know.
Or you'll end up getting the gist of every fucking word that there is, like every possible fucking like meaning and their different perturbations or whatever. I don't know.
What was it? I like the Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said in one of his podcasts. He was like, "You should have your mind blown once a day. If you didn't get your mind blown by something, your day was unsuccessful. Because you should your mind. You should learn something or read something that just makes you stop and think. Like, what is that even true? Like, you know, and actually think about it. You know, like that should happen to you every day. And I try to stress that to people. I do that, like I said, at the bar I work at. I try to tell people stupid facts all the time. Like, here, I'll do the knowledge for you. I'll tell you some stupid facts that you didn't know.
Mhm.
Just because I know you didn't do it. I always say, I'll joke. I'll do your homework for you.
I think a lot of it is people just don't know how much there is to know about shit. You know, like fucking
There's
Christ.
infinite amount of things to learn. That's the thing. You can't learn it all technically by yourself. Like, it's just you can't. It's impossible. Even
Just
like
getting some sense of like just how small of an area or like region you like really encompass of what can be known. Like you can get that sense, and it's like, dude, I don't know shit. Like, even just think of like how much there is to know about biology, economics,
mm-hmm.
chemistry,
Yeah,
like it's all the shit. It all
it's
know,
huge. Yeah.
there's a weird web. It's just
Well, yeah, I was gonna
like,
say like someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these scientists, like they're smart in their shit, but like if you ask them like history questions, I bet they don't know, or like because they have their flaws too, because they don't either care, it's not
well, it
interesting to
depends,
them.
right? How many friends they have, or there's
Yeah,
so
I'm
many.
saying it comes down to interest level.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
just saying,
It's
like
just-
someone with their kind of brain, I'm guessing they're not going to be big into like English, like poetry and getting all the motifs and shit, because this is not how their brain works. They just want to go, here's the facts, here's what I know, because I'm a factual kind of person versus this kind of person, like again, it goes down to like every brain's different. Every brain has its predestined like what you're going to be good at, what comes naturally to you. People just got to embrace it.
Yeah, yep. Like coming upon somebody who seems smarter in some way, like doesn't mean that they're smarter in every way.
No, most of these Trumpers that fucking I talk shit about for being dum-dums, I guarantee you they can all build fucking cars or build fucking houses or do whatever shit that I can't do because I'm stupid,
Yep.
The difference is, again, they're stupid in a field that I'm good at. They can't tell me they're stupid. They're good at a field that I'm stupid in, and I will tell them I'm stupid. Like, I always say it's that humility where, like, I don't have to feel like in every aspect, I don't have to feel like I'm the best. Where I am
is
the best,
weird,
where I
like-
am the best, I want to be the best, though. Like,
They do tend to like flaunt their superiority when they do have it, or just look down on people. And it's like, you shouldn't. No.
oh,
I don't know. Their metacognitive abilities are just not developed. That's really what it comes down to. Like, you even say that word metacognitive or reflection or introspection. It doesn't compute.
no. Like I said, it goes back to, like we're saying, you've been force-fed a fucking thought process or belief for 30, 40 years. It's tough to break that.
Right? It's like
I got lucky.
information
Yeah.
emotion relations.
I got lucky, dude. COVID fucking was the beginning of my break, like I said, because I had all the time in the world to fucking do nothing but read or listen or whatever, like, I got sick of everyone lying about the fucking COVID shot, so I started just reading into that, reading into this. And it's, like I said,
God.
once I broke away from being scared of scientists / thinking that I was smarter than them or there's a secret science that I don't know about or, kind of shit like that. Once I broke away from that thinking, that kind of like set me free of,
It's
my
such
whole
a miserable
world.
existence where everything is like a threat to your ego. Like, God. That's all they do is that's all it is the defenses for their ego.
Yeah. Well, it's always funny because when you go there, especially the conspiracy people, they're always like, well, I'm just asking questions. I was like, well, yeah, but people give you answers and you don't believe or trust the
Don't fucking
answers.
listen,
Yeah, it's like, like I'm giving you
Oh,
the
just
answer.
asking questions, man. And it's like, all right, would you like, are you gonna accept the answers, or are we gonna like be asking questions, like infinitum?
Mhm.
Like, I don't have
Yeah.
like, at what point is it going to be acceptable? Is the answer going to be acceptable for
Yeah.
you?
So the other day,
And most of the time, I feel like it's just they're looking for an answer. They're fishing for an answer and pretending that they're asking.
mhm.
And it's like you're not really like asking for an answer. You're looking to find out who already agrees with me or who already like believes the stuff I believe or like who's gonna signal to me the same
Thought
same
process.
virtues. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
So the
Like
other,
I have a coworker who like I asked him like because he comes to me every once in a while with like telling me about Trump's doing this, Trump's doing that, like I'm supposed to be excited. And I asked him, I'm like, cool, that's really nice, man. Like, how is that improving your or my life? And where are my $2 eggs?
Mhm.
And he's just like he's like, oh, they're sending the 42nd Airborne or whatever the fuck down to the border. And I'm like, why? And he looks me dead in the ass and he's like, go do your research, go find out. And I'm like,
I'm
you're
asking
the
you.
one telling me like I'm supposed to be excited.
All right.
Like, fucking tell me why this is a good thing. If you're so confident about it, let's fucking hear it.
All right.
But
Yeah.
to
Absolutely.
that, he's like, Like, you know, and like I get it out of him finally. I'm like, no, like tell me what the benefit here is. And he's like, what is this gonna help? And he's like, crime. And I'm like, immigrants commit less crime than native borns. What are we doing?
Right.
And he's like, so do we only care about crime when it's like done by Americans? I'm like, no, but like if you're asking me what the problem is, it's not like immigrant crime. That's not a problem we have in the country.
No.
It's
We don't
not,
even have a
yeah.
crime problem. Crime is like at a historic low for fuck's sake.
Yep.
Like,
The only like argument they have is like child trafficking and or just human trafficking in general, and the fentanyl thing. And I don't know what if you can't even seal the border like for
Yeah.
anything. You just
no,
can't.
they have tunnels,
Like,
they have planes, they have fucking
Yeah,
boats. Yeah, like
they
and
get them in.
The fentanyl stuff is like, first of all, the fentanyl gets brought in through legal
yeah.
avenues.
Yep.
Fentanyl does not come in like at a majority. Fentanyl does not come in through illegal border crossings. That's not how it gets into the country. It gets in the country through legal immigration.
It's like
And
more
for two,
assumptions.
the whole, like, I swear to God, the child trafficking stuff. I'm sorry, all that shit is all just like weird obsession with like pedo like
Mhm.
jacketing and like pedo hunting.
Well,
That's
it like
all any of that
exists,
shit is.
but it
Because,
exists,
like-
but we need to take care of it
Again,
outside
it's
of that.
it's like
context.
1%.
It's like an issue. It is a thing that occurs that we should be like
Take care of.
investing money into. But
Yeah.
like all of these online conservatives who like never shut the fuck up. You have fucking libs of TikTok on here
Yeah.
constantly trying to report
find numbers
every
for it.
like gay or trans teacher for the crime of existing
Mhm.
near a child because they might be dangerous. I like was
Yep.
scrolling through and there was like some fucking cop who got like arrested for fucking like filming women going to the bathroom or whatever.
Yep.
And it's like, where the fuck are any of you when this shit happens?
They don't
It's
care.
like it's all virtue sick. They
Mhm.
don't give a fuck about these kids. Not one single shred. They all go and watch fucking what was that fucking movie from a couple years ago? The
Whatever, yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
fucking
Yeah.
Sound of Freedom. They
Yeah,
all went
that's-
to that.
Dinosaur
and
Bowl or
They're
whatever.
like, they all go watch that and think that that's activism. Like, kiss my fucking ass. That's not
Mhm.
activism. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I fucking hate that shit.
The whole
Like, it's the
selective
same-
issue thing is so weird to me. Like,
Yeah. It's because it's a thing that they all, I think, obsess over, quite frankly, because they know that there's not going to be anybody to come out vocally like against them, you know what I mean? Like everyone's going to be like, yeah, of course, like pedos, the fucking trafficking children is bad. Nobody's going to disagree with them on that.
Yeah.
So they like attach themselves to it.
Yep.
But how many of them do we hear about that are fucking like you have what is it? Fucking Matt Gates
Yep.
who like was
Piece of
trafficking
shit.
women. up to,
Nobody
like,
gives a
DC
fuck.
and
We
Florida
talked
and
about
shit.
it a few times here because it's the same thing. Like look
Right,
at
it's
these
like all
hypocritical pieces of shit. Like, yeah, and he's gonna vote him fucking AG. You know, like
Yeah, and it's like same with like Pete Hegseth. I guess
Yep.
like a bunch of people came out. He's like gonna be
His own
sec
mom.
deaf apparently.
I know. His
And
own
like
mom caught
apparently
shit.
he's got like credible rape allegations. He's paid some people off. And it's like, none of you give a fuck about.
Nope. How about
women.
this?
None
So
of you
like
give
we're
a
talking about like
fuck
the issue thing.
pedophilia.
So like the issue thing, like I always tell people, so like everyone always talks about the trans people in the bathroom, right? Why when I ask people, can you name one case where a trans person raped a woman in the bathroom? They can't come up with one name. Isn't that kind of weird for being such a big issue? You can't even name
Mhm.
a single
I mean,
actual issue
you
of a
fucking charge people with crimes when they commit crimes. Like, it's just that
Yeah.
simple. That's simple. Like,
yeah.
and immigration is a soft crime, or if you want to invent a term for it, like it's not
Yeah.
like it's not bad in itself. It's just
I think
not,
it's like a civil violation or something. It's like
basically like
okay,
it's like a
yeah, it's
violation of our sovereignty or something.
fucking
like
irrelevant.
yeah, exactly. It's like a symbolic thing, if anything. Like, like
Yeah,
there are no
like
you're-
direct victims of like illegal immigration.
mhm,
It's like a civil
mhm.
offense, I think.
Yeah,
At like
it's-
that.
It is
all
not
immigrants do
intrinsically bad.
is lower wages a little bit, and they also lower your prices of goods a little bit. So like they're net
we
like
need workers.
well in general, yeah, we do
I
need
know,
workers.
well,
I understand. Like I said, like the broader economics, they're good, but I'm just talking about even like as someone like me, like if I was just gonna be a narcissistic, just individualistic, well, I might actually just want the immigrant here because it keeps my prices lower. Like, why wouldn't you? Like even if you are trying to be that kind of person, just thinking about me, they do make your life better. Like I said, they do all the shitty work that nobody wants to do. And again, we have 4% unemployment, and we have fucking people retiring 4 million a year.
You know,
We don't have
I
enough
feel like
workers.
the meaning and identity crisis that Patrick talks about all the time, like, plays into the conservatives, like, big time. Like, oh, they fucking attach themselves to these symbols, like the flag and bald eagles and all this shit, like the founding fathers, you know. But
Mhm.
they don't have anything deeper than that.
They don't
you
even know what the
It's all
founding fathers
stupid
stood
shit.
for, honestly.
Yeah, they don't.
Because I tell them that over half of them wanted a big government. They don't believe me. Like, no, they're all about states' rights. I'm like, really? Then what were the Federalist Papers? They're called the Federalists. It's about the federal government, homie. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, no, it wasn't cut and dry states' rights since the beginning of time. Or, like, even the things they claim to love, they don't even know why they love them. They just love them because their grandpa told them like it, and their dad told them before like that. Like,
Yep.
there's no actual like reasoning. It's just blind
It's like a
allegiance.
tribal symbol. Yeah, it's just a symbol.
It's the same
That's
as
it. Like,
that's why I was telling you guys, like even before, like that's why my root really is honestly like the root cause of a low thing is religion. Because as long as you can believe in bullshit things with no logic, I can believe that you believe in climate change not real because you don't believe in reality. You believe in fucking imagination shit. Like, so I'm just saying, like the idea of you taking reality real. Well, why would I believe that? You don't even take, It's
the idea
it's
of
the
nature
thinking.
being one giant connected machine is just completely lost on them. I don't understand how they don't see it that way. It's just, I guess, because they've never actually looked at anything scientific in their fucking lives.
No.
Like, all you have to do is look at, dude. I've like linked Wikipedia to people, and they just laugh, and it's like, what, you need things to be absolutely perfect, like, just because it can be,
dude, not even that,
fucking
dude.
edited.
People talk shit about, it doesn't matter. You can click the links and research more. Like, you can always find, like,
It's a fallacy.
not even that, dude.
There's a
Like,
fallacy
dude,
for it.
I use Wikipedia to start everything because I read about it, and then when you click on it, you usually can find exactly the document that they're citing. Like, you can usually
course.
always,
Yeah.
that's always my point. Like, oh, you said, like, yeah, even if I read all this Wikipedia, you don't know how many links it sent me to. That's probably like another like 500 pages worth of links I probably read just reading this one Wikipedia on somebody important or whatever, like.
Even if you like just surf Wikipedia, like the philosophy section, or
You'll
go
get the
from
broad
this page
strokes.
to the next, you get these conceptual fucking outlines.
Yeah, you get the
like,
broad strokes.
you-
You don't get the details. You
Well,
get the broad strokes.
well, I mean, even the concepts themselves, like, are like the concepts aren't lies. They describe something real. Like, I don't know. It's not always a truth thing. It's also an exploration thing, like getting some rough idea of what's out there, not just
Like I always tell you,
what's
guys,
true
we're
about
we're
what's out
pattern seeking creatures, dude. We don't care about the truth. People think we're truth seekers. We're not. We're pattern seekers. That's what humans do. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
I mean, the concepts aren't false. I don't know. how
No,
many
they're not.
false-
But I'm just saying. But like on the biological, like the reason why we do and think the way we are is a lot of it is you've been evolved to be that way.
Well, there's like a pragmatic, like, if you think about it, like evolutionary, principles are essentially pragmatic. So,
Usually, yeah.
and truth is pragmatic. Seeking truth is pragmatic because you can operate according to that truth efficiently. Like, that increases your fitness in operation. Like, if you know how things work, you can use that knowledge to your benefit. So,
For
I
sure.
don't know.
Hey,
That may be something that has to be philosophically arrived at, but I would say there is some, desire to know with it. Like, I don't know.
we do have a desire, but like we were talking
What is
about,
pattern seeking decoupled from the truth? Like, I don't know.
Well, how about this? If you assume that the tree shaking behind you, if you assume every time it's a lion and it's not, and then you stop doing it, and the one time it is, it's a lion that kills you. Like there's a reason why we do things, even if it's false every time, but the one time it could be true is the time we die. And so we've just learned to
Yeah.
accept it all the time, no matter if it is false or not.
See, that plays in definitely with the conservatives and
For
conspiracy
sure.
theorists, right?
Well, yeah, that's what we're
100%.
talking about. Like
That's in
when you
principle,
when
that
you've been
principle,
when you've been
yeah.
told that something's this way for 40 years of this is all corrupt, this is all the worst, this is all and everybody's fucking kids for all these if you when you hear this for
Mhm.
so many years, dude, yeah,
Mhm.
dude, it's gonna be a part of your psyche.
I don't even know how one can think that pedophilia is that fucking widespread. I've seen some claims of it being like 1 in 4 children are abused, which is horrifying.
That is
but-
crazy. I guess I would never thought it was that high.
Crazy number.
25%.
I mean, there's a level to it. There's a level to it that goes back to like Western, like I think most societies, but I'll use Western just because that's the one I'm familiar with. Is like the, I'm not gonna say obsession, but like the weird like preference towards young women. Like
Mhm.
there's kind of like when we lived in under like monarchs would trade daughters for
Mhm.
land and everything else, and the more fertile your daughter was, the
Mhm.
younger she was, the more attractive she was to the monarch you wanted to sell her to. And that's been a core part of like Western civilization for a long time. I can't really speak to others
Mhm.
because I just don't have the history
I mean, it
to
makes
speak on those,
sense.
but I'm
Like
sure it's not that much different.
Probably not.
But yeah, it's like a
Texas, yeah.
weird. It's a thing that's in our like
Something to really dive
in the
into.
history of like Western civilization generally.
Yeah.
It's just a weird young like you go on porn sites and like all of them are like 18
Mhm.
because and that's like the thing, right? Like that's like the thing is like ooh young 18-year-old doing this and doing that. Like that's always even though you're
Mhm.
like I know
I think it's weird, personally.
I mean-
Like, I don't know.
yeah, it's
I mean,
it's yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a forbidden thing, right? Like, I feel like it's got to be like older guys that are like, "Oh, I missed out on my prime" or whatever. Like,
Definitely.
I don't know.
I definitely
Yeah,
agree.
it's just yeah.
I think the theory
I think
is
it's a
men
control
get better
thing,
with
too.
age and women get better younger. So like, it's one of those weird things. Like, boys are that awkward. Like they don't look good until they grow up to be men. So nobody cares about them. And then women are in their primes at the younger age. I guess maybe
Mhm.
that's something to do with it.
It's also like a control thing with just general.
For sure, back in the
think a lot
day,
of
yeah.
it's a control thing. If you're dating like a significantly younger woman, you probably have,
Money.
you have the finances.
Mhm.
They're more reliant on you than you are on them.
True. Oh yeah, there's always a power
Mhm.
struggle.
Yeah, and there's like, yeah, that's like I think a big part of it as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would say
But-
so.
So
Definitely.
I actually am gonna peace out, fellas.
Sounds good, man. 12
Yeah,
for,
of
or
course.
11:41.
Yeah, thank you for the invite and everything.
No problem, bro.
Yeah, brother.
I haven't done talking politics on the internet for like the better part of a year. So
well, welcome
this
back.
was yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah.
No problem. I mean, if you ever
Welcome
want to
back to
hop
the
on
nightmare.
at any other day or got anything you want to fucking talk about, dude,
Nope.
you're always
We try
welcome.
to be sort of like, multi fucking, I don't know, focused or, different approaches, I guess. A little more casual. I don't know.
Yeah, usually.
Wally agrees with that, but
Well, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, we've never had like no actual like sit down. Like you're probably like the fourth dude that's talked to us like this, where it's just like, yeah, let's just have a fucking sit down. Let's get to feel each other out. Fucking see how everyone goes, how it flows.
we've got a
and shit.
big network forming, dude. So it's fucking dope.
You know. And it's just
Right,
fun. So
well,
like, if I do this
well,
other
yeah,
debate with
that's
these other
right.
people, if I ever need to make it equal, because right now it's about to be it's 2-on-1 for the first couple times because I just told them whatever. But eventually, if I ever need another one, I could call you in too. Like, dude, you know your shit.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Let me know.
I will,
like,
dude.
I will make time to argue with people.
It's fun,
'cause-
right? Well, as long
Yeah.
as long as it's constructive, I guess.
Yeah.
Plus, it gives me a reason to look up shit.
Constructive or at least fun. That's my goal.
I
As
treat it like
long
a
as
sport.
it's,
I try to treat it like a
one or
sport.
the other. I'll take one or the other. Both is nice.
Yeah.
But, anyway, I'll see you all
All right, love
when
you,
I
brother.
see you all
Later,
next.
brother.
Peace
Bye.
out. See, Brandon, I'm working on it slowly but surely, brother.
Yeah, he seems like a good dude for sure.
Yeah, dude, for fucking being ran, dude. It was one of those things like He's like, dude, I don't even know how you found me, dude. I haven't fucking put a fucking Reddit post or anything for like 2 years. I'm like, look at your post from 2 years ago. He's like, oh shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Goddamn. That's you found him on Reddit? That's hilarious.
Yeah, 'cause I
You're like,
joined-
oh, this dude's fucking smart. Shit.
not even no, it wasn't even that, honestly. So like I joined like all these like small streamer websites or small streamers, small YouTube Reddit forums, you know. And then I just, I searched for fucking politics, and I looked at who was like, anybody looking for politics, and most of them are old as fuck. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna send email or send them fucking texts. Hey, you still looking to talk politics? And I've had 2 people say yes out of the 4. So
Hell yeah.
it's just fucking like I told them, like I'm just throwing out seeds of fucking chances, dude. I'm trying to fucking see who hooks, line, sinker. Really,
Yep.
just like I was telling him, like I just want to have a good conversation. We talked probably for like a half hour, 40 minutes before he came in, and had a good time. But
Yep.
slowly but surely.
Fucking politics.
Well, it's fun when you talk to people that actually know what they're talking about too. It helps. But
Yeah, yeah.
plus, I think he's from the West Coast. I think he's from California, that area. So again, it's kind of funny because we had the other guy's from Louisiana. It's fun to think about like where people are from. I'm supposed to have another one on Wednesday. I think Wednesday morning. What time do you normally wake up?
Do I even have a fucking normal wake up time? I don't know. Something like usually noon or earlier.
All right,
So
because I think it's like around 10 o'clock. I'm supposed to hang out with this dude. I think I'm going on his shit though. I'm not sure.
10 in the morning or
Yeah, 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
He's like, I normally.
on
I don't know.
what's up? What day? Tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. Oh, okay.
He says usually between 9 to noon is when he normally streams. So
I'm watching a video of a
his
snake
name is
eating itself.
Infinite Streamer TTV.
Infinite Streamer. Okay.
I don't know who he is. Like I said, he's another dude on fucking Reddit. Like I said, there's 2 other ones I have out there that are waiting to randomly hear replies. Probably won't, but still, I've gotten 2 yeses out of 4. I can't complain it's even happened.
That's good. I tried to invite some guy from some Facebook page, but he didn't even respond.
I think the dude we were just talking to, I think he was trying to get one of his homies to join us too, but I don't know if it was
Okay.
our problem or his problem. I was looking at some of like their messages, whatever. It's funny, I can't see them on my screen unless I make them all huge. Hold on. There's some like
Huge.
yeah, he's like, "Are you following this channel? I don't know what, blah blah blah, what you're streaming on." He said something about you need to verify email. So I don't know if he was trying to join our Discord or not. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Something about Explorer. A bunch of little weird things. So I'm thinking that
man.
was him trying to get because I seen him type into his homie in the background. So I'm assuming that's what it was. But either way, it would have been cool if you would have got him though. Again, just more ideas, more tentacles in the ground,
Dude, the whole like outrage. This fucking Catholic fucking priest or that not Catholic. What,
Oh,
I
the
don't know what that
bishop.
bitch was.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
chick.
the bishop. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I already know, dude.
Such losers.
Isn't
dude.
it funny? Because she was just literally preaching what Jesus said: "Mercy to the meek and mild, and
It's
this and this and
Literally,
this."
like, let's pray for these people who are, going through a tough time.
No, she
Like,
literally
how
said-
dare you?
She said, "Have mercy." She was because that's what Jesus said. Because that's the 8
Oh.
beatitudes or whatever the fuck they're called. It's all the mercies. That's like I said. He says, "Blessed are the meek and the mild. Blessed are the poor with no this." It's like all these things, and she was just repeating, like have mercy on these people because that's what Jesus would do. And they're all like, "No, don't have mercy on these people. Fuck them."
Like, so many of these pundits were just angry, livid. Like, holy shit. Like, why? Because it fucking just doesn't fit their agenda. Christianity doesn't fit their agenda, except for saying Christianity. It's just a symbol. That's it.
Yeah, it is.
It's literally
Well, not even that.
They're
Like,
not Christian. Like, you don't even know what a Christian is. You
that's
don't
not even that. The thing is about Christian, again, it's anything you think of, you can justify in that book because it has all the good and all the bad. So if you want to say there's probably some xenophobic shit in that book or whatever, to make them safe. Yeah, this is why
Right,
we say it
right.
because of this part. Like, yeah, you're right, I suppose. Like it's like anything else. So now I gotta fucking look into RFK and shit. I haven't done this shit in forever. About all this corn syrup shit.
corn syrup.
Yeah,
I
because
mean-
they're making all the red dye and stuff illegal, and these are the 3 topics he wants to talk about. And in order for me to be smarter than him, I have to read about it tomorrow. I mean, like I got the gist of it. I mean, like I know like some things, but like I always have to come with the goods.
Yeah, you gotta take your notes and
I did. I did my immigration shit. That's how I knew all these numbers. Like currently 1.66 birth rate, 4.1 million people retiring, 11,200 a day. That's how many jobs are lost every single fucking day. Okay, and that's our replacement rate. How are you gonna have workers? Like I said, that I got written down that the Doge says $150 billion is spent on illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants fuel the economy, raising the labor force. They increase productivity, capacity, and raise the GDP. 0.2% of GDP growth is $36 billion worth. So yeah, just all these things. In 2022, households who were illegal immigrant head of households paid $75.6 billion in taxes, and 90% of immigrants are working age people, so they're workers. They're not fucking moochers. Like, let's see here. We've been using Latinos for labor since World War II. We use them during the oil booms in the 70s and 80s, and we use them during the construction era of the early 2000s. So we've been using and relying on these people since the 40s. So it's nothing new again. Just more little details. Like I always have to get this shit, like I said. How about this? In Florida, the state of Florida, illegal immigrants pay roughly 8% tax on their shit, and the top percent pays 2.7 percentage wise. So illegal immigrants, per percentages are paying more in taxes than the rich people in Florida.
Oh.
They pay 8% of their income gets taxed. In the top 1% of people in Florida, it's only 2.7%.
It's fucking so wild to me. I don't understand that shit.
It is
I just
crazy.
don't understand that. Dude.
And then there's this guy, his name is Carl Davis. He's a research developer at the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policies. Said that deportation would have a ripple effect. If you deport someone and they are no longer making taxable purchases in their community, that number will reflect a reduction in their sales tax payments to the community, but it wouldn't capture the second ripple effect of the businesses have less profits because of having fewer customers too. Like I'm saying, there's long-term effects. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I like. This guy was talking about. Like there's the initial wave that everyone talks about, but there's the second ripple. There's the other effects that you guys aren't thinking about that long-term.
There's like certain degrees of sophistication with policy making and morality. Like moral fucking assessment. Like,
It's downstream, so I mean I get it, but that's the
it
whole
comes
idea of
with-
it.
There's like a strict, just like fear basis. Then there's a, I guess, pragmatic basis, and then there's a empathic basis. I don't know if there's an exact like stratification or progression order for moral development, but those guys are at the lowest level, I would say.
I mean, also people I always try to remind people when people talk about shitty lawmakers and shit. You gotta remember, some of these people are representing shitty people in this country. Like their constituents are shitty, like, and that's who they're representing.
Yeah. Yep.
People forget about that aspect too. Like sometimes maybe it's not them
Very
personally
true.
that likes the thing, but the people that voted for them like this thing, so they have to do it. It's like also,
yeah, we've talked about that a lot.
Yeah,
though,
we do.
like,
yeah, just
the
in
wave,
general.
they're riding that wave. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, I was
It is
trying to
true.
explain to my buddy at the bar because he was talking about some dude and shit. I'm like, dude, audience capture and shit is real, dude. Like, if you sell this to your audience and shit, guess what? And they start making you a lot of money, you're gonna start spitting that all the time because that's what makes you money, right? As like a media member or a political, like if you're one of these people that rely on your speech to make money, and one speech makes you all the money, you're gonna keep doing that speech. It's not really hard to think about, It's not, you don't have to
It's-
overthink about
you gotta,
it.
I wonder how much of a business as like. I wonder how profitable media is. Like.
It's
So,
all about your
I mean,
ad
obviously,
revenue. So I mean,
Rupert Murdoch and pieces of shit like that. They're just
dude, he's fucking rich. So
beyond rich. Yeah. So there's an element of like, yeah, we need to keep the lights on, but then there's an element of your moral fucking duty. So how much room do they have to wiggle? I mean, really, like, even if you change an audience, like, you're gonna, I don't know. I guess
So,
if
yeah.
you think about it, nobody, if Tucker Carlson's suddenly a progressive, nobody's gonna watch his ass.
Nope.
You know.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
progressives would though,
I don't know.
only because I
he's-
think they'd be like, because you get all the questions like, what made you switch? What made you get a big blow up for a little bit.
Honest, dude, it's so much easier to be a fucking like when you don't have to lie. It's so much more easy to be persuasive and
No, maybe depends on the lie, I suppose, and how good you are selling it.
I don't know.
Like some of these, like I always think like the Christian apologists that went to school to learn how to lie and cover up their Christian, and all this shit. Like, dude, you literally made your whole life covering up a story that you know is a lie because you know that people have told you this, like, showed you've been wrong a billion times, and you just have to keep fighting it.
Yeah.
It's like a young Earth creationist person. Like, dude, we've showed you that the world is billions of years old, like 100 billion times. You are just openly lying and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, here's my questions. Why did it take so long for somebody to go after the food health industry when it's not known to have bad things in food, carcinogens, high fructose syrup, and all this shit? All right. What impact do you think RFK will have on leading healthier vaccines and shit? Okay. Bad. See, what I need to really first thing I'm gonna look into is the WHO. I'm gonna kind of like link those two. Like, having RFK be the leader over the WHO and these people is probably not good. Here's why. It's probably where I'm gonna start.
Yeah.
I think so. Then I'll get into like vaccines. I don't know. This one's supposed to be more of like a preliminary, not as structured. Versus our future ones could be structured. I was told. Dude, you should see. I can hold on. This guy, dude. Because like I said, this guy's got like 1,000 followers, or whatever. So he's obviously bigger. But like, when they go through like questions and shit, dude, they like when he goes through like like when he has somebody out, he's like, opening introduction. Welcome back to another episode of DL Gaming and everything in between. As always, I'm your host, The Looker. He has it all written down, like every little question.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
tell me
it's
about
organized.
yourself. What are you going into gaming for? What are you doing this for? And he has every single little question. He's one of those people, which I told him that's fine if he wants to do shit like that. I'm just, I'm from the hip, dude. So, you give me the structure and I'll work within it. Like, I can't help you make that structure, really. Only thing I do is, like I said, I'm like, I just want to talk about Trump's pardons and I want to talk about his executive orders. That's what I want to argue about. You're a right winger. I want to hear you try to tell me these are good. I want to see you wiggle.
It's like I feel like a lot of what we're doing is like trying to stay away from like fair weather politics, kind of, like not only being involved during like election seasons. Like there's a lot of
Dude,
people that
this-
only
yeah.
tune into things.
Dude, yeah,
and,
for
like,
sure, dude.
Like
Well,
you gotta pay attention the whole time. You gotta fucking.
So if you
have
think about
all
like
the
it's,
facts.
if you think about it like in sports world, right? We are in the off season. We are practicing during the off season. So when the regular season comes and when the championship comes in 2028, we are ready. Like, like that's the way I'm trying to. Like I said, to me, like I was telling you, like when I debate and shit, to me it's just sport. It's fun. Like it's fun for me to get mad and argue with people. You know why? Because I know I can usually crush you, but I treat it like a game. It's a sport to me. Like.
except you're changing the world. You're making the world a
Hopefully.
better place.
Try to. Oh, I mean, that's the thing, and it's like I said, it's all about you got to try to change audiences. You can't change usually the person you're arguing with. They're usually ideologically swayed too much, you know. But like I said, if I don't know, let's say like 200 people watch the stream on Tuesday, and if I can be smart enough for fucking some people to go, hey, that's a good idea. Maybe they'll watch the streams more and whatever, you know.
Yep.
And in general, just make them think. That's the whole thing. If you can make them, if I can make you think differently about the way you view the world, I guess I won. You know.
See, there's always going to be some echo chamber effect. So I feel like the best case scenario, in a sense, is you inform other like liberals or Democrats or progressives or whatever you want to identify as. Like I would say, progressive is like a label that fits pretty much everybody in our little fucking network.
Yeah.
Well, so I think that's a good label.
Yeah. I just tell people like when I tell these people, I just tell them I'm center left. I'm like I'm center, but I'm left. But I mean, like I'm not. I always say like I'm not the left where they'll bootlick for fucking anybody or whatever. I'm not one of those people. If they fucking do something stupid, I'll call it out too, bro. Like I'm not one of them.
So like a label is just like like politically or even like philosophically. Like
Anything.
A label is just to
They're
like
just labels.
communicate where you stand.
And it doesn't even mean anything because really,
to limit
it
your
just
perspective.
yeah, they just describe how you feel at certain times and moments in life.
Like it shouldn't control your movements through the problem
Dude,
space.
even if you're a Democrat, it shouldn't mean that you agree with every single Democrat ever and with every topic and everything. Like same as Republican. That's what I'm trying to stress to these dum-dums on the right. It's like, can you just acknowledge like some of these horrible things? Like these are bad because like if you can't acknowledge these are bad, then how the fuck am I going to get you to admit anything that your side's done is wrong? There's like literally no way. This is like one of the worst things, and I can't even bite the bullet on this. Like fuck, man. Like I give you George Floyd. He was a fucking probably piece of shit guy. Shouldn't have been killed. But no, he shouldn't have probably been a saint or whatever. Like all that kind of shit. Like I'll agree with you.
No,
they overdid it.
Yeah,
They made up.
That was weird as fuck.
Correct.
The way that everybody just like
sanctified
swirled around into that.
Correct, but I'm saying I'm one of those people. Like I will agree with you. They overdid it, but then people are like, no, he shouldn't have been murdered, and that guy murdered him. Like, no, just because I agreed on this doesn't mean that I agree with you on your end result of, oh, Chauvin didn't kill him. No, he fucking killed him, bro. He put his knee on his neck for 9 minutes. Like, dude, fuck off. Like, that's what I'm saying. I can give ground.
Would he have died if that never happened? I don't think so.
Definitely not. They're gonna be like, you OD'd. Yeah, because you never talked to a fucking addict that can fucking do 3 times the amount of lethal dosage because they're addicts.
Basically.
It is. That's what it was. That's why they're always like, oh, he had enough to kill him. Not him. You, yes. Me, yes. Him, no. Other people like him, no. They would not kill them.
He's just fucked up. He's just a little fucked up. He's, just needs to sleep it off.
I mean, if you want to break it down to like weed, dude, like I can eat a bunch of fucking edibles. I give somebody that's never ate edibles in life fucking 10 milligrams, they're going to be fucked.
Yep.
Like, of course. You have no tolerance. You're going to be fucking getting fucked this whole time. It's just really simple. I mean, it's just easy.
I miss when I miss when I had no tolerance, dude. I would have one one-eat and I'd be gone.
Yep.
Dude. Just gone.
For sure, dude.
Now, if I get a sack, dude, like I'm gonna get a sack in like a week or something probably, and fuck, dude, I go through. Yeah, well, I've just been buying like $50 sacks basically, making them fucking measure that shit out. But like, I go through that in like 3 days. Fucking no problem. Just one after one after one. Just not even thinking about it. It's so fucking weird. Even after 2 weeks, it just doesn't even phase me. I don't know. It's weird. I just go in the flow state. That's it. But like Patrick was saying, I do think it sort of reduces your empathy and that like makes you a little bit more aggressive. But I think that's good. I don't think that's like. He tends to look at things in sort of like absolute terms without noticing sometimes. I think that's probably just down to, how we functions, like, but he always, he's always thinking, he's always picking apart his own biases, which is good.
Yeah,
I don't even,
that's all you can
I don't
do.
know.
I mean, yeah, the first step is knowing your biases and try to, like I said, negate them as much as you can. I mean, you're never going to truly
Mhm.
stop them, but at least you can try to like notice when it happens.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Just reading that polymath chat, I'm just like, fuck, dude, where are all these like different problem spaces like align and map relative to each other? It's fucking
Well,
wild to
I
me.
always say
Like,
start with the I don't want to be treated like other people, or start with the golden rule and build from there. That's always where you
well,
start.
right. But I just mean like, what is the structure of our like problems in psychology in society today? Like, I gotta fucking map it out myself. I have noticed whenever I try to like mix my ink with other people's inks, it fucks up my whole process. Like, it's like, I don't know, like I was saying the other day, like reading that chat and engaging through that, it's like having a bunch of different straws stirring my brain. It's weird. And then just the way that people will be talking about the same shit basically, but like moving through like, the problem space or like the overall like ontological structure or whatever
Mm-hmm.
of like psychology or like society and like philosophy, because it's philosophy mixes in with it, because philosophy affects how we view these problems like mental illness, and like it's a lot, like, because they're talking a lot about the DSM right now, and like mental conditions, like, and then like personality disorders, and like how they're not permanent conditions, but they provide somebody with something of a static identity that perpetuates these issues, right? And yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I think I do better when I construct my own system, because I fucking gravitate towards simplicity. So like with like the whole semiotic regions thing, and like fucking medium and sign and all this
Mm-hmm.
shit, like it all lines up. It all lines, like I fucking have. I just gotta do my own. I gotta fucking detach and do my own thing, I think, in a lot of ways, because I see wave particle relations as like just everywhere. Like it's fucking everywhere.
It is.
The whole notion of like medium and so like medium is an indiscrete relative to a discrete within that medium, or like, and like, yeah, it's a lot. Like a self structure to a thing is associated with particle, I feel like your permanent sense of self is like a particle structure within a medium that is your consciousness. Like, you have certain parts that are fixed in your mind, and then you've got parts that are able to receive and integrate information with the information you already have, like, semi-fixed. You know what I mean? So, and then ego is like a crystallization of all that information that and it it takes up too much bandwidth. Essentially, ego takes up a fuck ton of bandwidth, and you just have too much. You just have too little room for receiving new information, and that lines up with narcissism like perfectly.
Pretty much.
It's like, it's just like I fucking laid it out to one of the chats, like, yeah, so there's self, which is immediate, but then, like, an immediate source of your speech or thoughts, that's the self.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have identities or ideas, which we associate with the self, but it's not quite an ego if it's not crystallized relative to the self. Like, they're just divert. Like, the more you like sort of filter out the elements of the ego, or the, which is, the identity projected to self, the more you like create more space in your mind to be, the more
Best
medium
version.
space or whatever you have. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the more complex structures you're able to comprehend and whatnot, the more free bandwidth you have. And what do we want more than freedom as beings, right? Like, that's why the whole problem of free will exists, because we want freedom. We
True.
want choice. We want, uniqueness. We want all this shit. We don't want a static existence that's determined for us.
Mhm.
And I'll be honest, I don't think everything that you say or think is like lined up in the subconscious or the unconscious, like far out. Because like, think about our conversations, right? You don't have like responses ready for everything I'm gonna say. Like, you come up with it on the fly. It comes out of you through association. Like, that's you have a schema for responding to things in conversation, and you apply it in real time. So, like, there is an extent that it is unconscious, but then there is some like wiggle room, like in the moment,
Yeah.
That's why I'm like a compatibilist, basically. But determinism is very real. There's lots of things that are definitely very determined.
True.
Even like our free movements are determined. But
Correct.
yeah,
Everything is always, like I said, just because you're not conscious of it being predetermined doesn't mean it isn't.
and then like our awareness of determinism creating new possibilities for us, like that's based upon deterministic rules and shit. So it's fascinating. I don't think determinism as an ultimate reality is like that horrible. Like,
No.
we at least have the appearance of freedom, and I think
Yep.
that's
Well, that's
more
the
than
thing.
enough.
It's the illusion of free will. People.
We move toward it, though. We keep expanding the bounds of that illusion, right? Like, otherwise the illusion kind of goes away, I would say. The more we fucking become autopilots, the more deterministic life seems. Do we seek freedom, or do we seek what comes from freedom?
I don't know. We seek, like I said, I think we seek freedoms, but I don't think, like I said, I don't think it really matters because it doesn't matter in the end. Like, it's all predetermined in the sense. If you want to get like that kind of philosophical.
Well, I would say like freedom is bound up in our like ideology of the self, like no matter what, That's the only way that's the only reason why there would be a problem with free will. Dude, I'm fucking tired.
Me too.
Why don't I drink more coffee, bro?
All right, yeah, we'll probably head out. It's 1 in the morning. All right, my brother. Peace. Like I said, Wednesday, if you're up in the morning, I suppose you can always jump on too.
It's Monday. Okay. Yep. Roger that.
All right,
All
my
right.
brother.
I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, brother. Peace out.
Peace.
All right, people. Much love.